Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? This might be an unfamiliar voice. I've been on plenty of these podcasts, but I've never hosted one. It is your man, Funky Dog, and I'm happy to be joined by some great people. And we're gonna have another Survivor 50 discussion. I'm the maestro today, but I want to go ahead
Shout
and
out Bradley
introduce.
Cooper.
Yeah, shout out
You
Benjamin
are
Coach Wade.
you are our resident Bradley Cooper.
Hey, I'm just trying to rein it in. I'm reining it in. And let's go ahead and introduce the rest of the guests we got today.
All right. So I'm Mike from Rankdown 6. Normally, you know me as the host of podcasts. I'm not hosting today because of my work schedule, but I'm happy that I was able to last second find the time to get involved in this. And again, I'm always happy to talk about Survivor. I'm happy to talk about Survivor 50. Happy to talk about early classic Survivor. I think this is going to be a very, diverse discussion we have here today. So, hell yeah.
Awesome. Who's next?
I'm Mana. I am a ranker from Rankdown 7. I've done a couple of these, mostly modern season reviews of sorts. Happy to be here. I am famously the biggest Keith Nail fan, but for reasons I cannot possibly fathom, he's not on this cast.
Oh no.
Robbed.
He was robbed.
So, I'm Lights. I was on Rankdown 3. I'm really happy to be here, and I'm probably more excited for this season than I think a lot of people, because I don't really care. Like, the celebrities are such a joke, but we're not going to discuss them today.
We should rank every celebrity, like all of them.
I was about to say that gives me a great idea for a new podcast where we each just
every
pitch.
Mr. Beast video?
Yeah, we rank every Mr. Beast video, but in addition to that, we also each choose a handful of celebrities and make up advantages that they would give.
Unironically, that sounds kind of fun. I'm not even gonna lie.
Like, what advantage would Bob Dylan give to the Survivor 50 cast? That's
advantage.
Great content.
If you can understand what he says, you automatically win the season. Moving on. Last thing I'll say about the celebrities while I can, and then we can get back in a good pace. Best celebrity on the season will be Jimmy Fallon. I hope that they give him everything he needs, if you know what I mean.
I also hope the Roots are there with him.
Hi, I'm Rams. I was also ranker in Rankdown 3, along with Lights. Y'all may remember me from being the host of our Jeopardy episodes, and this is gonna be fun. I think this is gonna be a really fun episode. Honestly, a lot of these people are really good. Some of them are bad, but in ways that are interesting to talk about. So yeah, this will be a good time.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to my man right here because he came up with the name of this slideshow. A look into the past, ranking the iterations of the season 50 players. And let's go ahead and get to this next screen, and we'll kind of do a little bit of explaining of what we are doing. So what we mean by iterations, like let's take someone like Suri, who we have seen on our television many, many times. We've seen in Panama, we've seen her in Micronesia, and Heroes vs. Villains and Game Changers. So what we're doing here is we're taking all 24 cast members of season 50 in the hands of the fans, and we're going to take every individual appearance and rank them all. So that equals 39 different iterations, 39 different appearances. And how fitting of a number, 39 days, one Survivor is what they used to say. But
26 days.
I'm confused.
Hooray.
I'm confused. Why is it 32 for the best season?
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, if we include Suri's Australian Survivor appearance and Colby's appearance on Curb Your Enthusiasm and a couple other things, we could
do
inflate the number.
I did not watch.
Could be.
I did not watch Australia versus the world.
Yeah, we'll get that out the way right now. That is not being ranked here. These are just the U.S. appearances. Yeah, so that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to go from I've surveyed all our guests here, and we have taken the mathematical average of placements, and we're going to go from our least favorite to our most favorites. So, yep. If no one has anything else to say, but I actually do now that I've said that. A big reason we're kind of pumped for season 50 is recently Dalton Ross, who has done plenty of Survivor writing forever for Entertainment Weekly, just released a big article about season 50 and the pre-gaming and the kind of the preamble stuff for it. And before we get into this, yeah, Mark Burnett was interviewed for it. Said that he hopes Jeff will host for another 100 seasons or something beautiful like that. But what I found the most revealing thing in the article was they had the executive producer Matt Van Wegenen, and he was talking about the casting process for season 50. And let me just repeat what he said. He said, in our casting, we wanted people who were joyful. We've had some seasons in the past where some players play some pretty dark, brooding games. This time, we wanted a joyful celebration and wanted joyful people to celebrate with us. So I guess keep that in mind with these next 39 times.
I think a lot of what backs that up is the fact that they didn't pay any appearance fees. So all of these people are here because they want to be here, not force an additional financial incentive. I think that's mostly why he said that, rather than like, we want to avoid villains or whatever. And I don't even think they did that so much.
Exactly, because
Yeah,
I mean, this
some
cast
people are
does. I
definitely
mean,
gonna be
this cast
executives.
has Jenna Lewis and Savannah. The bookends are both villains.
I mean, the cast does have someone who was on the villain's tribe.
Exactly. The last thing
It's kind of a joke, though.
the last thing I want to say about that whole thing. Well, we do know the prize money is more than $1 million. We don't know by how much, but it's over a $1 million prize.
I thought the article said that they're just matching the All Stars prizes.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused
They
by
said
that
something
also.
different about the ending prize money. Like, the first boot is going to get 25 grand and 10 grand for the reunion, but the final prize money is more than $1 million. Like, slightly.
Okay. Gotcha. So every placement gets a bump.
Yeah. And I think the whole joyful thing is because they want to avoid more of how the end game of All Stars played out. I don't think that they want 50 to just be All Stars again, which is really funny considering someone on this cast had a pretty big hand in how All Stars played out.
I was gonna say,
But she is a very different person, I'm assuming.
Hopefully.
I think it's that, and just the steer and the direction of the show seems to be more and more towards being a family show, kind of with kids in mind. And I think we're not going to get too into it, but the celebrity appearances fit right in with that. We're going to see Mr. Beast, which, like, I don't know if adults watch Mr. Beast videos, but kids sure do. Billie Eilish has a lot of teenage fans. I guess we'll see what other celebrities pop up, but I wonder if that is also, if they cast with the celebrities in mind for the kind of season they want to make that's going to be more family orientated. I don't know. I guess we'll watch and see, but that's the vibe I'm getting, at least from reading that, seeing the cast, and seeing the celebrities that are going to be there.
yeah,
Yeah.
it is very much a youth-focused show now, first and foremost.
Yeah. You even had Mark Burnett say that he was commenting on how streaming services have brought Survivor to like a whole new generation, to the point where he thinks it's running stronger than it was pre-pandemic. And I think that is a very fair thing to say, honestly. I've known a lot of people got a Survivor during those years.
Yeah. I agree.
Yep. All right. If we have no more preamble, I'm down to get to our 39th ranked appearance.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Actually, I'm curious. Who do people think is going to be number 39?
My immediate thought is Charlie Davis. I'm sorry.
Charlie. I think Charlie.
I think there's a long shot that it's Jenna too, but I don't think so.
Well, without
All right,
further ado, it is. Yeah.
It is 39, Charlie Davis.
I think this may be quite out of line with what a lot of the fan base at large thinks.
It is worth noting for our audio listeners that Funky, Mike, and myself have Charlie number 39, and Lights and Rams have him 38.
Average of 38.6. Very, very low. And
yeah,
I'll just kind of explain, as Mana said, this might be a bit unexpected. We talked about this a bit on our 50 preview podcast that we did when the 50 cast was first revealed. Essentially, Charlie's very unpopular with this community, mostly because he's very boring, and when he's not boring, he makes really dumb Taylor Swift references. That's pretty much it. Charlie seems like a really nice guy, and is obviously a very good Survivor player, but very much not someone that I'm excited to see again. It makes sense that he's here, but I'm not excited to see him again. There's a reason that I ranked him 38th.
I think a big thing is I don't think that a really good player makes for necessarily a good season. And I think that's a big part of why Charlie is not that interesting, because he doesn't drive conflict really. He's just good at the game.
Yeah, people go to him to resolve conflict almost in that season.
Yeah, and I do want to say, divorced from his character, he is, I think, at minimum a top 3 player of the new era. He wins the game if he wins the game if Maria wasn't, but
yeah, and that's not an uncommon opinion.
Let's not get into that.
46 is a season that is very high variance amongst opinions in general, but specifically within this community. And I personally, 46 is a season with extremely high highs, as we will definitely be talking about later, but also a season of extremely low lows. And when the most boring person whose only personality in the edit is Taylor fucking Swift, mid Taylor Swift fatigue, and he's, the person that gets the most screen time on the entire season, it drags what should be a really, really interesting, twisted, dark, hilarious season into a season with so much missed potential. And I feel like in 46, the sauce is there, and Charlie is a season ruiner.
Yeah.
The sauce is there, and Charlie.
I feel bad. He seems like such a nice guy.
Yeah, I've always described Charlie as someone who I think is a completely normal person and realized his best shot at getting on his favorite TV show was to just continuously name drop his favorite artist, who just so happens to be the biggest artist in the world right now and appeals to a lot of kids. So I have nothing against Charlie the person, but oh my goodness, everything you said, he is not made for reality television. I know I feel like maybe the opinion for the people that do like him in a sense, because he is very popular outside of this community. There's plenty of people that say Charlie should have won Survivor 46. That is a very common opinion. I think a lot of people just like a nice guy, and especially in a season like 46 that has a lot of quote unquote chaos and a lot of more confrontational characters that are, doing bits and blowing up and stuff like that. The guy that just seems kind of nice, I think viewers will go, oh, okay, that's sweet. He's still having a good time and he's not being mean, which all good and true, but there's really nothing there for a comeback appearance.
Yeah.
I almost get why you cast Charlie the first time, in a sense, because I think you do need some just smiling faces every once in a while. But they should never like lead a season, and that's kind of the big problem with 46. Like we said, Charlie leads the season.
Yeah, just to add on to what y'all are saying, like 46 is a season with a lot of like really crazy people. Like I think of the new era cast, 46 probably the craziest cast, especially off the show. And the fact that Charlie makes it to the end really crushed it. Like a season with Q, Venus, even Banu, like really Charlie is the one who essentially is the main character. He's just the born guy. Even Ben Katzman like is kind of great, and like he's sidelined because Charlie is like just kind of there, and like all these really crazy people are really a lot fun TV for very interesting TV for better or for worse. In a lot of cases for worse, but in many cases also for better. Charlie is like the main character, and Charlie is just none of that. He dampens everything around him, and that just really takes 46's quality as a whole.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and I'd say Sega is also like maybe one of the worst tribe ever. Like in terms of
it's up
like
there. It's
Y'all
up
round
there.
it
With all due
also
respect
together.
to Charlie, Ben, and especially Tim Spicer.
brotherly love.
It is a
Yeah.
contender.
Later.
And
It
you know,
is.
Charlie's always the one that has to contextualize the you know, like a scene like the tango scene or the Metallica versus Taylor Swift scene seems like, you know, at least kind of cutesy. But then we have to get a confessional from Charlie saying, oh, you know, that was fun, but more importantly, it was strategy. And it's just like, just let a fun scene happen. Like us viewers can make the inference that, you know, y'all are showing us this scene for a reason. I assume after that, Ben and Charlie probably like had more respect and more camaraderie after that interaction, Taylor versus Metallica. We don't need something of Charlie saying, "Ooh, that's my master plan." Was that? It's like, come on.
And then, like when you start doing that, it's like hard to think that, oh my god, I'm going to list this. It's like that's a lot of stuff happens in retrospect. That I think we've dealt with most of what we have to on Charlie.
Yeah. I think we're about done with Charlie. Shall we move on to number 38?
Last thing I'll
Shout
say.
out to Sega.
Last thing I'll say. The Charlie and Ben Katzman fits. Something else.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Every picture of Ben Katzman outside the show is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
Ben Katzman has insane aura.
for the people that are listening to this audio, I would this picture of Charlie, because you know we're talking about mini iterations. So I tried to get pictures from the actual seasons they were on for the people that are watching visually, but there are no good pictures of Charlie on season 46. So I was like, fuck it, let's just put a picture where he's swagged out with Ben Katzman and Tim Spicer. Little Sega reunion.
Great
All
Dumb
right.
and Dumber reference. All right.
Yeah.
Number 38?
Number 38, we have Jenna Lewis on All Stars.
Okay. I'd like to start this one off. For years, I straight up had Jenna Lewis 2.0 as my worst of all time. I had her at the very bottom of my rankings. This isn't a pre-Dan Spieler world, so that was like a thing that people could do. But like, but still, I want to contextualize. I never had Jenna Lewis 2.0 below Dan Spieler. I had her just one spot above him for a while. I really think that Jenna Lewis is straight up season ruining on All Stars. Pretty much all of her content from the moment the season starts is, oh, you know, the winners are on our turf. That's not going to happen. And she's just so dour and so negative all the time. All Stars is my personal least favorite season, and a big part of it is the fact that no one's having any fun. Everyone's just being so serious and so dour and just unjoyful the entire time. You know, we're talking about, oh, this is a joyful season that's supposed to be joyful. Jenna Lewis on 2.0 is the exact, or Jenna Lewis on All Stars is the exact opposite of that, and she's just miserable to watch the entire time. And she's my 39 here very easily. Like I said, she's at the very, very close to the bottom of my overall rankings. Yeah, I just wanted to get that out of the way. Jenna Lewis 2.0, I really do not like her. And on a rewatch, that being held up, she's bad.
Just for
You
context,
only don't like her because she tried to cheat at Final Immunity.
Yeah, that's the reason.
Just for context, me and Rams have Jenna dead last. Mana has her at 38. Mike at 36 and Funky at 35, so like no one has Jenna particularly high. I agree for the most part, even though I do like her in like the first two episodes where she's like contextualizing like, oh, this is why the winners are going out. But then after that, she completely disappears for like 10 episodes, and then she comes back at the end to be pretty much like just annoying and obnoxious and like just like annoying the other people on the season. Like that's pretty much her whole personality, is she talks too much, and then like she's not relevant for most of the season. And it's just like, what's going on here? It just feels like All Stars isn't a fun season, but I still think a lot of the good storytelling aspects from the first 10 or so seasons are still relevant here. But they are for everyone but Jenna, in my opinion.
Yes. I was actually going to point out something like that too, where I think those Saboga episodes, even though that's when we're introduced to the dogma of the season through Jenna about how they should get rid of the winners because they've already had their chance in the sun, they've already won the game, they've already won their money, which like I've always felt was kind of unfair that Jenna's the main one who takes the rap for that, because I think almost damn near everyone on that season came in with that agenda too. And Jenna was just, went to the first tribal council, so she's the one that gets the content about that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, like,
I do think she's actually fairly characterized in those Saboga episodes. But once we get to the dissolvation of Saboga and she gets in with Rob's alliance, she is surprisingly fairly absent.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do want to say I don't have her at the bottom. She's bad. She's really bad. But
Yeah.
I think when she is like really, really annoying in the back half of the season, I actually think that like she doesn't annoy me too terribly, because I think that there is at least like some kind of energy there when basically everyone left is just like so beyond checked out.
Yeah.
Like at
no
least
one wants
her
to be there
annoying,
but Jenna at one point.
At least Jenna being annoying is a sign of life.
Yeah. Jenna, that does feel like one of the most vibrant characters of the season, which is saying a lot about the season itself, when she is still kind of like dead-ish, but at least she is like shows personality, but it's still not saying much for the season.
I think Sheehan does everything you wanted Jenna to do much better.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
She is just the best character of All Stars.
She's so good.
I mean, I'm just a big Lex guy, but
yeah, but I'm saying like after Lex and Kathy go, that like final 7 or so.
Oh yeah,
that's a dire group.
like I don't know. I feel like they cast like 3 pretty similar, like even 4 if you count Jerry. There's like 4 characters that fit a very similar mold in Jenna, Sheehan, Alicia, and Jerry, and you can only really show so much of this. This person's annoying everyone.
Yeah.
I will say the only reason I don't like Jenna Lewis in All Stars is because she was too chicken to go to Rocks for Rupert. How good she is.
If we're talking like pure gameplay, like that's not a bad, like in the same context of like Charlie and his like gameplay, like he's good. Like this is I think this is the right move for Jenna ultimately. Like no one beats Rupert, and like is Rupert like, and like would you rather go up against, like I don't think it matters who she goes up against in final immunity. Like Rupert's not like Rupert's odd immunity threat too, so it's like
I do think like now about it being hands on hard idol, I think there's 0% chance Rupert wins hands on hard idol, so she would have a better chance there especially against like compared to Rob and Amber, who are kind of well built for that.
Well, Amber
but that's in context.
Amber has immunity that round, so it's like
so Rob is the only person. Like in retrospect, yes, Rob wins, but yeah, I mean, I don't really care about the gameplay aspects with Jenna Lewis 2.0.
Yeah, like she figured out the mechanics, and I think another big reason she is the way she is on All Stars was just the kind of the reaction to Pagong at the time. Of course, it was a fan favorite tribe when it was airing, but you go online and people are like, "Oh, Pagong is so stupid. How did they not see the game coming this way?" And they let themselves all get eliminated. This, and this. So I think Jenna had a really big chip on her shoulder as a result, and I think it made her very unpleasant in All Stars. Even though, she proved that she knows how to maneuver the mechanics of the game, and Good for her.
Okay.
All
And
right.
a lot of
Shall I move on?
the reasons. Last thing I'll say, a lot of her more negative qualities on All Stars, I think, are actually signs of upside on 50.
Yeah.
I hope she's better here.
I definitely
I-
don't think it. Like, there's way too many other people here that are gonna be factors, and like the odds that she is a third wheel to a romper are very low.
Yeah. On the other side, I could definitely see her just kind of drinking the Kool-Aid and overplaying like super bad.
This could be a Jeff Varner 2.0 situation.
I could so see that with her for sure.
Yeah. Like if there's anyone from those original couple casts that would drink the new era Kool-Aid, I think Jenna Lewis is very high on that list.
His Cole is not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised. Even though apparently Colby is started watching Survivor again, I doubt he is as new era brained as Jenna.
All
right.
There's one quote in the Delta Ross article I'll bring up when that person comes up, but I thought it was very interesting.
What? Cool,
All right.
cool. You ready
All
for
right, number
37?
37 is Aubrey 3.0. Aubrey Bracco
Yep.
from Edge of Extinction.
Oh,
I'll just
my
read out the
three.
rankings here.
guys
Funky,
are such
Mana, and
wonderful
Lights all had her
players.
at 36. Mike had her at 38. I had her far and away the highest at number 29. I'm actually weirdly surprised I'm far and away the highest, but I'll talk about that later.
I actually have I think I just like everyone else more, but I don't. Okay, I think Aubrey 3 as a person, not as a person, that's mean. Like as like like when she gets content, it's bad. It's like generic strategy. I'm out of the loop. It's like she's
I want to start a dialogue.
yeah, and but like contextually, it contextually in like the season, it's actually pretty solid. I actually so Aubrey here is like, as I said, her on-screen like time is not very good. She's very much like, I want to start a dialogue. It's very strategy based. It's like, I'm here for redemption. I don't like, and then she like goes out and like everyone's just pulling the wool over her eyes. But like the person pulling the wool over her eyes that whole time is Victoria, and I think it sets up Victoria in a way that in a season that doesn't have Edge of Extinction would actually do really well. And there's like some contextual, like big picture storyline of setting up other people that works actually quite well. But the issue with Aubrey is she doesn't sell it. She's a prop. She's a good prop in other people's stories, but the prop doesn't communicate very well.
Yes.
That's the best way I can put it.
I would add to that also that they just also don't really give a shit about Aubrey's tribe. Like she's the only member of that tribe that goes before the merge, if I'm remembering correctly. And yeah, it's nice to say, oh, it would be a great prop to further Victoria's story or characterize her further. I would just say they don't really give a shit to even care about Victoria. Like I think they just completely flatline that tribe.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem with
give
Victoria
enough
is that she does not feel that present after that moment. Like I don't know. She doesn't feel as she should.
It's
My
the one
take on
Victoria
Victoria.
episode.
My take on Victoria is she is portrayed as like the one threat that's like other than Rick, obviously, like to Chris, like and like she's the one that Chris comes in and is like she's gonna win if you don't take her out, and that's why she ultimately goes. And like she is she's one of the few people that get other than Rick that gets consistent content in the merge about being in the loop on things, but it's so like minor, you gotta pick through the weeds on it. And the fact that we're talking about Edge of Extinction post merge kind of sums up Aubrey's presence here.
Yeah,
Right?
I was gonna say the fact that we're talking about Victoria when it's Aubrey's.
I do want to say.
Go ahead, Ma.
I want to say the most notable thing Aubrey does throughout the entire season is her overreactions on the jury.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Oh,
that is
maybe I
a
should
huge
have
ranked her
reason
lower,
she's this
actually.
low.
Which is a
Yeah,
major
her-
thing on Edge of, that is like why I have her this low. That is a major thing that is an issue with a lot of people on Edge of Extinction, like
Yep.
particularly that season where a lot of people just have massive overreactions on the jury that seem like they're just trying to be in a GIF.
Shout out to
Julia
Julia
Carter.
Carter. Really, just massive shout out to Julia Carter for this.
I also do want to say about Aubrey, because we're going to be talking about her 2 more times. It was her 3rd time playing in a
6.
3-year window.
7,
Yeah.
and 7
and
seasons.
every
Yeah.
opportunity they've had to bring
So-
back Aubrey, they have.
Is there any?
So,
I
and the
don't
thing
like.
with Aubrey was she was just at this point so clearly exhausted.
Yeah. She did an
That,
interview
like,
after
just-
Edge of Extinction on, I think, RHAP that like turned a lot of the fan base against her. And a lot of it was her just being so fucking done with Survivor, which, you know, took up a huge part of her life. Like you were saying, she played so much Survivor. It felt like damn near every other year she played Survivor. And I do not think that's healthy for a person.
No, the
Yeah.
only
God, no.
other people, I think it's interesting. I've never thought about this before, but the only other 2 people who played with that much density is Amanda and James, and both of those people have disappeared from everything.
I mean, Russell as well.
Which-
are you
I guess
3
Russell
times.
as
Oh, yeah.
Russell as well.
But
I forgot because his 2nd time was his 3rd time came after Heroes, but versus Villains. But that it is interesting that it's those 4 people and how they've dealt with that. I think.
I also, I mean, obviously, Amanda and James, we haven't heard from them in a while. Russell Hance, very clearly just
Spiraling
not well.
in Thailand.
Not well. Yeah. But I
And
do
check
think
enhanced
Russell's
reality.
really doing great for himself.
I think it is just a total funny coincidence that we bring this up because Aubrey wasn't supposed to be on 50 until like 5 days before the flight, and it was supposed to be Amanda.
Yep. Yeah, we could have ranked 3 appearances of Amanda, but here we are ranking 3 appearances of Aubrey.
All right.
Hooray.
I'll give my main defense of Aubrey 3.0 here. And actually does tie in with what y'all were saying. Like, the fact that Aubrey was, like, so oversaturated at this point, and, like, so keep in mind, we'll talk about this a bit more when we talk about our other 2 restraints, but Wrong, Aubrey is one of the most raw, quote-unquote, raw finalists ever. Right up there with, weirdly enough, Charlie, Russell 1.0, whatever. Aubrey was like a huge like movement essentially within the Survivor fan base for a while, and then she comes back for Game Changers and she does well, but she doesn't get that much screen time. But it's like the point is Aubrey's like reputation as a player was super high, even coming into Edge. And then she comes, and it just could not go worse for her. It couldn't. She gets the wool polarized completely by new players. She gets
the
voted
very
out, I think, with
first
an extra vote
chance.
and an idol in her pocket. Like no one, I really think that you can make an argument that Aubrey's vote out on Edge is like the most humiliating vote out in the history of the show, especially by a returnee. Like it's rough, and seeing that is a massive fall from grace, and like it's a fall from grace, and I can't help but find that interesting. Seeing this like person who was like so clearly like beloved and set at the top of the world, and frankly thought she was great because a lot of people were gassing her up, and then she just gets the most brutal reality check possible, and then has to go stay on the edge and can do nothing but contemplate and watch Rick Devens do idle shenanigans for like 20 days. Like I find that it's a story that's not told well, but I just find the inherent nature of it to be compelling, and that's why I have her at the very lofty ranks of 29.
It is also really funny that I think this is probably the last thing I have to say. It is really funny that the whole thing with 50 was pros being like, oh yeah, we're only putting people on the season that like we really want to be there. Aubrey was put on the cast 5 days before the flight out, and literally during casting for 50, Aubrey was like, yeah, Edge sucked. I don't really know if I want to play again.
That's great.
It's 23 people that are so beyond happy to be there, and Aubrey Bracco, because who knows what she's... I don't know what she's doing.
I guess I would vastly agree with what Ram said as well. Like, I do think the whole idea of Aubrey 3 is good, but the execution is not there.
Yeah. And I guess the final note is I want to say how much it just irks me. You know, she gets voted out and she says to everyone, "You are all wonderful players." And like, man, I just want some fangs on this show. Like, just please, just be upset if you're upset, kind of deal. So yeah, there.
All right.
That's Aubrey. And
right.
are you ready to talk about Aubrey again? Let's hit it.
Aubrey number 36 is Aubrey 2.0. Yeah, that makes sense.
This is awesome.
Yeah,
I think the biggest issue with Aubrey to start is she doesn't exist.
Yeah,
Aubrey's non-existent. She's so irrelevant. She's impossibly irrelevant. She gets content, but none of it matters. And she makes a Final 5 and this you can completely forget that she exists.
She has a couple like decent lines, but they're just so irrelevant, and they're not nearly to the point. I guess in Call Wrong, the lines she makes are relevant, and like she there's, I don't know, I'm looking through my notes in Aubrey 2, and like she calls that Suri her black Italian grandma. And I'm like, what? And it's like there's like some like vaguely funny things that she says, and like she's not a bad confessionalist, but she's so deeply irrelevant. That's kind of the biggest thing. It's like, and again, like this is kind of in the All-Stars line of thinking. She doesn't seem like she's having any fun.
Yeah. She actually has a very interesting quote. Like the only thing of note I can say that I thought was a good Aubrey thing was I think this is in the, sad to say, the Jeff booth, when on the other tribe, they're all talking about how, like, it's a minute-long scene about how Survivor has affected their lives and trying to explain that to their families and their loved ones. And she has a couple of good things to say in that scene. And yeah, that's really all I can give Aubrey. And I always use her as an example, her and Ozzy in specific, because, you know, like in other conversations or in other podcasts, we're like, oh, this character is too big to ever get purpled or to not be one of the big characters of the show. And I'm like, you know, Aubrey made it to the finale, and she was the biggest character. Beforehand, you had one of the few times I've seen Survivor trending on Twitter was when Aubrey lost. So yeah, someone who was just their big star makes it to every episode, and she's not really a major character. I can't even remember why Ty plays an idol on her.
You want to know the most damning
or co-wrong reasons? I think because they were both on the same season. I think that's it.
Yeah, it's the most damning thing about Aubrey too. We have known the Survivor 50 cast for months and months and months, and it took me until this very moment to fully put together that this is this isn't the first time Aubrey and Suri are playing together, and it's not the first time Aubrey and Ozzy are playing together.
And they made the finale. Aubrey and Suri made the finale together on Game Changers.
The Black Italian aunts,
remember? And like all interactive, like Aubrey called Suri her black Italian grandma. It's like
and somehow none of us besides Lights remember that line.
I barely remember that. It's like
it's saying a lot that I am the highest person in Aubrey 2 here, and that I genuinely have not thought about her in the past like 4 years. Like at the very like I have not thought about Aubrey 2 at all. So it is genuinely news to me that she played with Suri.
For context, Mana has her at 32, Funky has her at 33, I have her at 34, Lights and Bike have her at 35. So all of us very much in the same ballpark on Aubrey too.
Yeah, and what's also interesting and might be a reason why she doesn't get a lot of screen time is she is on the wrong side of the vote many times this season.
Yeah, she's irrelevant to the story. She's completely irrelevant to the story.
I think she sides with Tony. I think she sides with Tony. I think she sides with JT. Like almost all the votes.
She votes Tony out because the other target on that vote was her.
Gotcha. Yeah. So she seems to just always be just kind of not in the main alliance, but just kind of
Mhm.
strung along the game.
Yeah,
So
like
that might,
she's JT's primary ally when he gets whatever happens there.
JT. When he gets JT.
She doesn't vote for Ozzy. She doesn't vote. She votes for Debbie. She votes for Zeke. She votes for Sierra. She gets 3 in a row right and never gets one right again.
yeah, she just wasn't hot this season in terms of, I guess what you go to Aubrey for game shit a lot of times, and
Yeah.
she wasn't providing the accurate game shit. So I guess they were like, "What the fuck can we do with her?"
Yeah. She gets 5 in a row correct at the start of the merge and then misses 4 in a row on the target. And they're not split votes either. They're like, I'm out of the loop votes.
Well, I would say 3 in a row because advantage getting.
Yeah, Sarah. I guess Sarah would have gone if there was no idol played, but that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I think we're
And we'll get
about
to
done
that
with
as well.
Yeah. I think
yeah,
we've
we have more
exhausted
advantage
Aubrey.
getters talk later. So let's go
Alright.
ahead and see who 35 is.
35 is?
Aubrey
Oh,
again.
yeah, this completely makes sense. Yes, I had a really hard
Rangers
time.
again.
35
It is.
I'll just say this. Ozzy next is Ozzy 4. Mana has him the highest at 30. Funky has him at 31. I have him at 33. Lights and Mike have him at 37. I had a really hard time deciding who to play at 33 between Ozzy and Aubrey. That was weirdly like my hardest decision. I spent more time than you'd expect debating.
For argument's sake here, Ozzy is more irrelevant than Aubrey is this season. Ozzy, I think this is the most irrelevant iteration of anyone. He gets like a tiny bit of content based on that is very Micronesia based on how he played with Suri before. And then he's irrelevant. He's deeply, deeply irrelevant. Other than after that interaction with Suri, he has one episode where he goes fishing, and then he's irrelevant.
Yeah. Well, he never really goes to tribal council forever because I guess just the circumstances of it.
His entire character on Game Changers is like, oh, he's Ozzy, and that's it.
Yeah.
He fishes. He gets food.
And he got blindsided. He got blindsided by Suri 10 years ago, or however long ago it was.
Yeah. And Debbie is going to use her Cochrane advantage to get him out and put that on her resume. Hell yeah. Like it was that hard to get Ozzy out. At like 12th place or whatever the fuck he got.
Is 12th, yeah. Wait. 3 times. Suri and Ozzy have played together 3 times. That's insane.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's the third time. Their third time playing.
Yeah, it is very crazy.
Does that tie Colby, Jerry,
and James Amanda?
And James Amanda, yeah.
Yeah, I brought them up this episode and I forgot.
Also, I do Ozzy the highest here. I have Ozzy 4 the highest. I would want to say that I can justify it, but I genuinely do not have any reason to have him this high. I just hate all the characters below him more. Or like not hate, but I have them much lower. Like I genuinely cannot single positive thing about Ozzy's entire appearance on Game Changers.
Oh, and there is also Andrew and Tony, but that kind of doesn't count since they didn't play with each other on Game Changers.
Yeah,
but it was. But when she reacted to him being voted out, that was so interesting.
Best multi-season arc.
Best multi-season. Lights, you were talking last episode about like kind of the mediocrity line. I think Ozzy 4.0 is the mediocrity line. Like anyone below him is an actual character. Anyone above him is also an actual character. You put people below him who are actual characters you dislike, and everyone you put above him are actual characters that you do like. Ozzy 4.0 barely exists.
I would have said Aubrey 2 is that for me in this grouping, but
it's one of the two. They're basically the same character.
I do want. I want to do a quick plug for my Survivor Rankdown 9 essay on Ozzy 4.0. I dig into kind of some background and contextualized stuff about Ozzy on Game Changers, and it is very grasping for straws. Like it's totally fair, but I guess maybe as you know, as a Latino man watching another Latino man, I was very stricken just in these background scenes. I'd always see him hanging out with Zeke. Like all throughout the season, you're just like, huh, what do those two have to, why are they hanging out? Zeke, who is like the face of modern strategy and the evolution of the game, and he comes over idols and shit. And you have Ozzy, who wants to go fishing, wants to strip it back, wants to hang out, and they're just always together. And they do jack shit with this, of course, but because it's Game Changers, and it's just terrible at telling any kind of story, so they don't do anything with this. But I have always been touched by Ozzy at that Zeke tribal council. He doesn't really do much, but you see his face drop, and to me, I think he has the best rebuttal out of everyone there, where he just simply tells Jeff, you're playing people's lives. It is a shame what you will do for $1 million or something like that. And, he smiles when Zeke is talking about his, what he's going through, and Zeke trying to find the positives and all that great stuff. And, I really appreciated that Ozzy did not make the moment about himself. And especially as, another Latino who grew up in a very like machismo, hyper masculine culture and stuff like that. It was nice to see someone of like the elder guard, showing respect like that, because that's not always something shown, places where I grew up, probably in places where Ozzy grew up. And yeah. And that really is just
added,
barely fucking there. But
yeah,
that is my defense of Ozzy 4.0.
And I guess there is another, grasping at straws again, but there's another layer added to it, since in the time between Game Changers and 50, Ozzy has come out.
Yep, yeah, he has. And of course, we can't be remiss to talk about Ozzy's appearance at the reunion, where he, I forget exactly what he says, but he kind of like, because this is like right in the beginning of the Trump administration when this season came out, so he like actively like disses the Trump administration at the reunion, kind of awkwardly, but I fuck with it. So good work, Ozzy.
Yay! There is some good stuff with all.
I think that's all we can really say about Ozzy 4.0. I'm good to move to the next one.
All right, so number 34 is
the Game Changers now.
It was RIZGOD, baby, the Riz God.
Hell yeah, man.
Walking around
thank
with
you
a
for spelling it out.
He deserves better. He deserves better.
I am his biggest hater, according to him himself. Nah.
Finally, Rizzo is out. Like, I do not like Rizzo.
Better.
He's not that bad.
He's not that bad.
He is very bad in a cast where everyone is very bad, so it makes him mediocre. is my take on the Riz God.
Yeah,
I think he's fun. Like, I think like his doofy like I'm king of the world, like in his own mind, like it's like funny. It's like he gets some bad content, like that whole, like he starts bad, like that whole scene that's like 30 minutes long with Alex is painful.
It's god awful. It's horrible.
But I don't think I feel like he's fairly characterized through the rest of the season. And like I think his whole character makes sense. And I think the variance on him is based on do you find the Gen Z-ness of it all annoying or not?
Yes.
It's a little tricky. The thing with Rizzo is that the show doesn't take him as seriously as you would think. They still take him more seriously than they should. He's still not a good character, but they don't take him as seriously as they definitely could have. Like,
until the finale.
The finale,
to a certain extent, Rizzo is kind of a joke, and he is definitely aware of it and in on the fact that he is somewhat of a joke. Like, even he said in his 50 pregame press, he's like, yeah, I know I'm coming into this season as like kind of a joke.
Yeah, because he knew he
And
was
I
doing
think-
shtick.
Well,
And
the
I think-
only thing the
And I think
50 cast
Rizzo
has seen
himself, I think Rizzo himself actually has the charm to get away with calling himself the man, the myth, the legend, RAZGOD, Riz God Baby.
Yeah, he does not have the charm to do all that idol bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, the idol stuff is like the massive place where I draw the line with Rizzo. Like, it's
But it was
Yeah.
9 tribal councils in a row. How can you not get tired of that?
9 tribal councils of idol bullshit of him being like, "Ooh, am I gonna play the idol? I'm not gonna play the idol this time. Oh, I'm gonna play the idol, but I'm not gonna play the idol."
Which, like, you
Like,
could say is impressive, but, like, we're talking about Survivor, how it is now, where there's a Final 4 fire making challenge, there's a Final 3, and there's always someone everyone just lets into the fucking Final 3 to some extent, you know? It's like kind of reminds me of Xander in season 41. It's like, yeah, he has an idol, but, like, no one cares that Xander is going to take up that, third losing finalist spot, which, Rizzo didn't make it that far. But, like, I think if he gets to the end, he also isn't going to win.
it's combination
I think
dependent.
it's up in the air. I think he
think.
beats anyone besides Savannah.
Sophie beats
Yeah,
him.
and
Sophie beats him.
Do we know that Zoe beats him?
I think
Yes.
Sophie beats him.
I
That has
don't.
been
I'm
said.
not
It's been
convinced that
said.
Sophie beats him.
It's been said a bunch in post game.
Isn't Sophie like the only one who said that though? Sorry, no. I don't
No,
wanna get too into
every
it.
I think
exit
Rizzo is
I've
the
heard
only
on
one
it.
that says that he would have won against Sophie, is what I
I'm
remember.
pretty sure almost every exit interview that came out was like, yeah, Rizzo's not taken that seriously. We'd rather him
Okay.
have the idol than someone else have it. Like, I know Steven said it. I'm pretty sure the other Sophie S said it. I don't think any of the early jurors said it because I don't think they made it far enough /spoilers /CBS /whatever. But the final 7 all said it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I do.
okay.
I do feel like, I feel like the amount of idol stuff Rizzo gets and the amount of, oh, should we vote out Rizzo to take out the idol, that has brought about him constantly bringing up his idol at every tribal, does kind of wear down the season. And it makes him feel like way more of a threat than he should be portrayed as. Like the amount of times they bring up, we need to vote out Rizzo to get rid of him, and then no one ever does anything.
I thought a lot of that is kind of just the fan base because every single Twitter person was like, "Oh my god, why are they not voting him out?" I don't think that was present on the season.
I have not interacted with the fan base on like Twitter or social media at all, and pretty much every episode had like someone like Christina or Sophie or someone being like, maybe you should do something about the idol because Rizzo has an idol and that makes him a big threat." Just about like every episode has like 1 or 2 or 3 confessionals about, we need to take out Rizzo and the idol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is insane though how most of that cast got bitched by the Riz God.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like, well, would you say most of the Survivor 41 cast got bitched by Xander? It's like,
No.
I don't. I think that's kind of like the same philosophy in a sense. Like, I think they got bitched by Savannah. The Riz God is just there, you know.
I feel like
but
Rizzo is better as a character and at Survivor than Xander, like for sure.
Okay. To get to his actual character, I will say, because I know we mentioned, the Gen Z, Gen Alpha slang and swagger that Rizzo brings to the season, which, annoyed a lot of fans. And I think there were moments where it was annoying to me. But, like, there are moments that I do, enjoy it in, like, a charming little brother kind of way. Like, I put the picture of him with the flippers on as a great example of that. I found that cute. I found 3 boys on the beach cute.
I also like 3 boys on the beach.
I like Rizzo in this scene, but I did not like Steven in that scene.
Which is funny because he's an actual musician. So
because he's so like Rizzo buys Rizzo
commits to the bit.
Steven is like, oh my god, like I suck at this, someone else take over. It's the most infuriating thing. It's like, just commit to it.
Yeah.
I will say Rizzo's Gen Z pick is just not not. It does nothing for me. It does negative for me.
Yeah.
Just
Like
drags down his.
I enjoy it more when he's interacting with people, when it's obviously him in confessions doing it just because he knows it's going to make the air, or that's what they want out of him. That's when it gets pretty annoying. Like, you can tell the times he's playing a character, when he's playing the Riz God character versus when he's just Rizzo and doing his dorky, dwarpy little shits with, his tribe mates.
I do feel like the real test for Rizzo's character will be in about 5 or 10 years, when a lot of the slang kind of dies out, and how well it holds.
Do you think he'll die
It's
out?
going to be cinema.
Thank
It's
God.
gonna be absolutely.
I think it'll fire. Because I think a lot of these, I think we're going to get more Rizzos with new seasons, with younger people getting on as people age, as people do.
That's a good point, because Rizzo is a very, if I was a little kid, I think Rizzo would be my favorite character. I think the Riz God would be fucking hilarious if I were 7 or 8, or honestly, maybe even 12. I would have found the Riz God shit hilarious.
And you know what? Listen,
that's why he was cast.
I'm not as much of a hater as I was preseason. I'm not a hater anymore. As Rizzo pointed out that he saw me complaining about the Riz God name on Twitter. I will never let that story die. But
Hell yeah.
All I will say, with all love, Rizzo, we will grab drinks in February at Bryce and Wendell. Thank fucking God 49 and 50 were filmed before the takeoff of 6-7. Holy shit.
Oh my gosh, yes. Oh my gosh, we are so lucky. How many?
Do you say that now? Just wait until Survivor 52 Fans versus Favorites 3.
And they're gonna Franken edit
Riz God 3.0.
They're gonna Franken edit some 6-7 shit onto fucking season 50 in the hands of the fans. You better believe it.
Mr. Beast knew what was coming beforehand and is just gonna reference it. Oh my gosh.
I still love the audio clip in the 50 trailer when Mr. Beast shows up and you can just clearly hear Rizzo tweaking in the background.
He's coming in the background, which is probably why you cast Rizzo, because you need someone to fucking go berserk when Mr. Beast shows up, and he will. I don't know if everyone else will, but he will.
I am looking forward to Rizzo on 50. Oh, I actually think Rizzo is going to be actively good on 50.
I think he could be better.
Just because the tone of 50 already seems absolutely ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Rizzo will both intentionally and unintentionally play into how ridiculous it is. But I think just as a character, again, all of the problems are there, but I think I think literally just because of how he's a charming enough guy to get away with it.
I agree to some extent. I will say, it's kind of the final thought on the Rizzo from my end, is that finale is one of the worst showcases of a character I think anyone has had in a finale. And I know a lot of it is because they're trying to hype this guy up because he's going to be on the next fucking season. But they suck his cock. He sucks Probe's cock for 10 minutes once he loses fire making. And, something I don't like about New Survivor is they're always so self-referential about it. And it's, self-glamorizing and talking about, kind of in a sense, sucking off the show. The show's sucking itself off, and it's just kind of oh, can you just get the fuck on with it? I want to know how you feel,
Jeff
deeper
Probst
than just this being your favorite show. And you're happy that you're on your favorite show.
Jeff Probst with the Marilyn Manson rib surgery.
Yeah. Yeah. And he ends it by saying, "Riz God, the tribe has spoken," and I think that is what we will say right now.
I think that's so hilarious. I think that scene is so funny.
I also absolutely hate it.
I thought that was so funny.
Hysterical.
I thought it was awful.
It was just built up for way too long.
It's the season of that saying.
That just might be a 90-minute episode problem, where it's just they don't always have the content for 90 minutes. So they stretch some shit like thin, and yeah.
All right. I think we
All
can
right,
move on from
the
Riz
tribe
God.
is spoken.
Let's
see
move
what
on.
we have in store in 33.
Number
We
33
have
is... Yay, more game
Suri
changers.
4.0.
Balance
Yeah.
beam.
It's so funny. We avoided the game changers number, and they just surrounded the game changers number.
Advantage
Yeah.
get it.
For context,
That other fucking advantage.
me, Mana, Rams, and Mike all have Suri at 34, and Lights has her at 31. So we are.
This is not going to be a Suri defense. This is more of a she's not relevant enough for me to care, and she's probably arguably like in this episode she's relevant and she's probably the best presence in them, other than that one episode.
She still got that sauce. She still got the Suri sauce.
My counter is she does with Michaela, and that's it. Like,
Yeah,
I think
I'm mostly
Suri
thinking
and
about the stuff
Michaela
with
stuff.
Michaela.
I
where she
think
does.
she's this
good.
high because of Michaela and her premiere.
Yeah.
It's like the thing.
Yeah, the
with
premiere where
Suri
she
is
tricks
that-
Ty and all that.
The thing with Suri is that, you know, it's Suri Fields. There is nothing bad about Suri Fields. It's just the content they give her that isn't actually about her. Again,
Yeah,
I would
and
argue she has the second, third, and fourth worst scenes in Game Changers, in any order being whatever that one fucking advantage is called. Advantage Geddon, which is obviously just fucking putrid, and in my opinion, possibly a bottom 10 scene in the history of the show being the fucking balance beam.
The
Yeah,
balance
It's like
beam.
you're really going. It's like after all this time, like over a decade of Suri having proved that, you know, you can't always beat him. You can't always beat him with these all the time, but you can always beat him with this. It's like that happened, and then you're just turning one of your most intelligent, manipulative players ever into inspiration porn, and that is just like fucking disgusting.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Probes drawing out a scene in the worst way possible. Like, you know, as a host, you are supposed to, you know, direct scenes in a sense and draw good moments out of players. This one was just so nastily heavily handed, and just kind of felt overall, you know, dumb to the audience. Like, you know, we've had this perception of Suri for a very long time. She has proven herself. We have given her the fucking fan favorite award, and we've seen her kick ass on multiple seasons now. She doesn't need this.
I don't think Advantage Geddon is as much of a hit to Suri because she doesn't. Again, it's something that's done to her. She's not bad in it.
Yeah.
It's like
she isn't bad in any of the scenes I'm talking about.
Yeah,
like,
agreed.
Again, she's still Suri. I don't dislike watching Suri in these scenes. I just fucking hate what happens to her in every single one of these scenes. And if I don't like what is happening to a character in some scenes, and if it's in a non-compelling way, that's gonna make for a worse character. And unfortunately, it's unfortunate that it has to be Suri of all people that gets hit by that.
Yeah. And you brought up something that I've always said about Suri 4 is, you know, you say, well, at least it's Suri. And yeah, that's how I feel like the show treats Suri to some extent. Like, they expect all your positive memories of Suri to transfer over, and they do to some extent, but that's pretty much it. Like, other than the Michaela stuff, which I don't even think they go deep enough with, honestly, there's not much to really, like, you know, marvel over. Like, yeah, she can still do a cute laugh, you know, but it's like, oh, do you remember how much you loved Suri in these past seasons? Well, here she is again. And just with nothing to really add on or even to really marvel at. It's just, here she is again. And this time, you know, she really just kind of lucks her way into getting as far as she does. I hate saying that, but she never went to a pre-merge tribal council. And everyone knows she can't win a challenge to save her life. So there's no fucking reason to vote her off.
That is the eternal problem with Suri, is that she will always make a deep run, but will never amount to anything. But we can just pick her off whenever.
Yeah. And like even that strange episode that we were talking about where her advantage was non-transferable. They do the whisper thing and you're like, "Oh shit, Sari's going to get punished for this awful mistake of, accidentally using an advantage she couldn't use." And then Michaela goes and we're just like, "What?"
Oh my god, I forgot about that too. It's like that fat advantage that Sarah like tricks her with. It's like it's so like it's such
It's so
like,
weird.
heavy-handed production. Like it feels like it like kind of reminds me of like or the Steven thing with the steal a vote, block a vote, and then the acknowledges power not working. It feels that kind of felt the same way of like weird oddities in production. Like just like don't do that. Why is it
all these weird
Why is
fucking fine print shit. It's just like do what's best for the show.
Why is it non-transferable?
Just convoluted shit. And I think that's worse than Advantage Get In. Like I think they're both 0 out of 10 scenes, but that one left me more just upset with just how weird it is. It's like why as a production would you have limited yourself like that?
Advantage Get In isn't like the production like said you were gonna make all of you play idols today. It's less heavy-handed than this like weird idol shit or advantage shit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I think we've gotten the gist of our issues with Suri.
Yeah, I don't think... not very good.
All right.
Let's
hit it to 32. Suri on Heroes. Oh, wait.
No, sorry, I actually skipped.
Oh, okay. It's Rick Devens.
Hell yeah.
The Kool-Aid man is busting through.
Great picture choice. Not gonna haunt me. I always love seeing this exact GIF /
I
picture.
always love seeing Dan the War Dog Da Silva.
You should be on 50.
You should be.
Fuck no.
I think Rick is a controversial character on 38, but I think he's going to be fun. Like, I don't think Rick is Rick is a fun character. People always say, like I guess a lot of his community members, and I'm sure, like, Funky, who has him at 38, will bring him up, that he's, like, well, I would say the complaint is idol heavy and over-edited. I never found Rick to be that overbearing. And also, look at this final 6. Who else do you want getting that screen time? Do you want Gavin getting it? Do you need more Chris Underwood? Do you need more Ron Clark? Do you need more Wardog?
No.
Like
more Julie Rosenberg. All the Julie Rosenberg content you can give me.
Definitely.
I get it, but like you don't even bother to build up the other tribe in expense of Rick Devens. And it's kind of one of those things where like, yeah, maybe the other tribe just did not deliver any interesting content, which, fucking maybe. I don't know. They cast a lot of duds nowadays, but it's still just like just overwhelmingly one-sided. And the show just treats him like he is so good at Survivor when like, I forget the exact statistic, but he needed immunity like 6 times in a row between either idols or individual immunity wins.
7. It's like
something crazy.
He wins immunity 4 times. I think he plays like 3 idols. It's
and he gets voted out 4th.
Oh yeah, that
too. I will say you mentioned who else are they going to give the screen time to, but weren't we like just talking about how weirdly edited and like poorly edited Victoria was?
I was going to say Victoria's clear.
Victoria and Aurora are the 2 people, but I think Rick Devens is not a bad person to be getting that screen time.
He should be the main character of the season. I agree that it's kind of like a Russell Hantz thing where it's like my argument isn't that he shouldn't be the main character of the season. Rick should be the main character of the season. He's the one that jury all wanted to win. He has a lot of his explosives. I just hate the devolution of Survivor, how that is the primary thing they're trying to sell us on. And it's not it just feels like very cheap.
Yeah, agreed. And it's not like I have him high. And like a lot of that ranking is driven by pre-merge Rick. Like, and this is before Idols. Pre-merge Rick is actually quite good.
The thing is, it becomes too much, but I do think overall Rick is fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
I agree.
he is clearly the most entertaining guy there. It's just the fact, I don't know, it's complicated because I love and hate what Rick is doing because he's the one actually giving life. Like, okay, so all of the idol stuff is like god awful, horrendous bullshit, and then a lot of the other Devon stuff is great because he's the source of conflict on the season. And when all the ridiculousness just gets to be too much and people kind of just submit to the fact that this fuckhead's gonna win, not fuckhead, but just submit to the fact that he's gonna win, he gets
Damn.
eliminated by Chris Underwood of all fucking people. It's hilarious.
Chris Underwood should have been on this season.
No,
Yeah,
that would be
great
so
conclusion.
much worse. That would have been so much worse.
Agree with you, but I also despise Chris Underwood on Ed. Like
No,
I think
I'm joking. That is fully a joke, and Chris Underwood
Chris is
not.
Chris
I
is so bad.
did advocate in a previous podcast that I do think Chris Underwood should return.
Hell
But,
yeah.
like,
That's true.
because it would be so funny to watch him crash and burn like he should have.
Yeah.
Because he
Yes.
should be an early boot. And if he was a third boot, we would not be having this conversation. But
Yeah, and like Rick, I think Rick on 50 is the odds that he does his immunity run idol shtick with a cast of these type of players, I think is very low, and he's most likely going to be in like a comic relief kind of role. And but we do know the one scene from the premiere actually.
Billie Eilish boomerang idol.
So maybe not.
Oh,
maybe
gosh, forgot
everything
about
I
that.
said is complete nonsense.
yeah, maybe he'll be the worst character on the season because he is just the celebrity merchant.
Yeah,
No,
always
the
possible.
celebrity
Rick Devil.
merchant is going to be so funny. Whoever is the
Yeah.
celebrity merchant is going to be so funny. It's probably going to be
Endgame.
Rizzo.
It'll be
Alright.
Rizzo.
Yeah, Rizzo's my bet too.
Yeah, it's
I will say the only good scene that I think Rick and War Dog have the entire season is that one argument they have once Rick comes back into the game. That
Yes,
is
that's
maybe
quite
the
good.
scene of
I
the
would
season.
like to work with you,
And then
except I don't at all.
And just that energy is just never there again for me. It's like, oh, okay, they're bringing something to this season, and it just
They're not.
zips. Like I don't even find that Blue Tribe, Rick's Tribe, entertaining in the pre-merge. Like I
Manu
find them
sucks.
very, very
Besides Window.
boring.
I think
yeah.
Rick. I wasn't saying the tribe is interesting. I said Rick is interesting.
I wouldn't even go that far.
I am
He's
going
interesting.
to.
It's just he's interesting. Wendy's interesting. It's just that it's the tribe that fucking has the nightmare quartet of, Lauren, and also Wentworth, David Wright, and fucking Wardog.
Lauren's the best out of that group, and
Yeah, that is
Actually,
sad to say.
Wentworth and Lauren are not that bad, but they're pretty decent. I think they can sell a scene, but that's my opinion.
I agree. I'm gonna give my weird defense. So first of all, context. In terms of rankings, Funky has Rick at 38, Mana has him at 33, Lights has him at 29, and me and Mike are tied for him at the highest at 27. Which is very funny because prior to my last Edge rewatch, I was like one of the lowest people on Rick, because I hadn't seen Edge since it aired, and then on my rewatch, I was like surprised that Rick's just mostly funny. I agree that the idol stuff is bullshit and very annoying. But when Rick is just given time to just be himself, he's funny. I could see he's a kind of a natural entertainer. There's this one minor moment, like a post-merge tribal, where he has an idol. Unfortunately, this is how it is. Like I couldn't say what I'm about to with it right now, but I won't. And it's just like that's funny. He's funny. He just has good comedic timing, and weirdly enough, I kind of came out thinking that Rick is mostly fine. I also don't think he's that over-edited until the last, 3 episodes. Like,
I agree.
He's really, I think, I agree, his presence on the season is a bit overstated if you haven't watched it since it aired, when it felt like we're in a death march for a Ben 2.0, where we were very worried that a woman was never going to win Survivor again. I remember that time. I was there, and I felt at the time. In a world now where women, in fact, can win Survivor again, Rick's Death March to the End is really not nearly as bad. It's really only prominent in the last 3 episodes, and overall, I find Rick. I don't think Rick is good on Edge, but I think there are a lot of moments where he is funny, and
like that kind of messy, idle Death March to the End is the last of its kind. I mean, obviously there was Tony on 40, but Tony is unlike Devon's. Tony is really, really great at Survivor.
Yeah, and you kind of called me to a T there because I haven't watched Survivor: Edge of Extinction either than the one time it aired. And
it's
now
very
with all
different
this
on a
other,
rewatch. It's not good. It's actually very, very bad. But Rick himself is better.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where, like, I feel like maybe some of these characters, like a Boston Rob in Redemption Island, is someone who I am curious about reevaluating if I ever bother to watch a season that I know I won't like again. So I just haven't, you know. But now that we have so many characters that are not people that can speak in front of a camera, like maybe I would appreciate a season with someone that at least can do the functions of a confessional and driving a narrative, even if I think a lot of it is stuff I don't like. And an element to Rick that we haven't brought up yet is his occupation, because he is a news anchor and newscaster. And
fucking Devons.
Yes, and they make him do the bit.
One of two on this season.
Yes. They make him do the bit, and I think it's kind of like
doing it as well.
Yeah, they make both Rick and Savannah do it. And maybe because Rick is earlier, it pisses me off more. But he just does not. Probably because he's so used to being in front of the camera, he does not bring that like raw authenticity I like watching in reality television. The thing that draws me to reality television, and I know a lot of that's just kind of dead in the genre because it's, you know, a staple. It's been around for 20, 30 years at this point, so it's like people know how to approach it. And I think that's another big reason that I never really got into Rick, because he is just so damn TV ready, like he's done this before.
I'll also admit it took me a long, long time to start liking Rick, just because this is so unfortunate. He looks way too much like Jared Fogle.
Oh no.
I feel so bad.
I guess if we're starting to bring up Jared Fogle, I don't think we have anything else to say about Rick Devons.
Yep, I think we should move on to I think we can move on. And
let's go to 31.
Let's go. We did. Oh, y'all totally didn't see this earlier.
Yeah, Heroes versus Villains. Sari, the gangster in the Oprah suit, which is her one good line in this season.
Great line. She does nothing.
It is.
There's nothing else.
He gets idled out by Tom Westman. That's
cool.
Yeah,
I will
that's
say
not
that.
that bad. It's like Suri getting voted out in like weird, non-traditional ways is like a sort of funny and sad running joke.
Yeah. Like this
and
is the most normal. This is the most normal vote out Suri has ever had in any of her reality TV appearances. Besides, like, maybe Big Brother.
I think she's normally.
And with Sari and Heroes versus Villains, like we were mentioning about Tom idling her out, I at least find that more substantive than she's gotten above quite a few people. I at least find that an interesting thing, and I find the Heroes tribe to be the more interesting of the two tribes in Heroes versus Villains. And firstly, thank goodness that the big Micronesia pregame alliance gets blown up by JT. Otherwise, I think we were in for a very boring season. So I'm actually super glad Sari goes when she does. And Tom gets to stunt and go through his whole thing and his beef with James.
Cool.
Yeah, I think Sari is like a fine supporting character to Heroes versus Villains. And nothing more, nothing really less. Like, I think she plays her role, and I don't leave it wanting more Sari. I think they showed us the right amount.
She is a role filler, and she's a role filler.
Yeah, force
Yeah.
boots are typically kind of in this kind of range. Like, it makes sense. Like, I don't have a lot more to add. She's good in the premiere.
Yeah.
I think there's a weird scene with her. No, that's never mind. We'll get to that scene later.
There's a good scene, which it might be a deleted scene, where she talks about Rupert. And I suggest y'all find that deleted scene. I have no idea where it is, but she's talking about Rupert chopping fire like early ass in the morning.
Mhm.
And how Rupert can be like really fucking annoying and self-righteous.
But
I think that is why
every season.
Yeah, he does. And I think that's ultimately why I like the hero's tribe more than the villain's tribe in a lot of ways.
It's because they have Rupert.
Because they have Rupert. But also just, I think the battle of those egos is significantly more interesting. And it's because it comes with this air of righteousness to them.
I feel like passing a hero's tribe to it, like thinking that you are a hero and that you're like the one of the most right people on the beach. And it does lead to fun, interesting dynamic of the hero's tribe arguably being a little more villainous than the villain's tribe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then it reminds me, just the one last thing about Sarit, we probably are done with heroes versus villains, is they have that opening where, Jeff asks, who here thinks they're on the wrong tribe? And every villain raises their hand except Jerry. And then Jeff is like, Parvati, you ran the most dangerous all-women's alliance we've ever seen. And then it cuts to like Amanda and Suri on the fucking other side. And it's like, yo, but they're on the heroes. And they were in that alliance too. So
yeah, I think a lot. Amanda and Suri are there for their first season more. Actually, Amanda's kind of there for both. But
yeah,
it's
Amanda's
weird to classify
weird.
Amanda as a hero, but
she's not a villain.
But we get the moment. Oh, you go. All right, we get the moment where Colby asked Candace, "Did Suri and Amanda do they know each other?"
Yeah. Oh my god, that was the scene I was going to mention with Colby. And it's like what that reminded me of, or what reminded me of that was when I read the thing on the Dalton Ross article about Coach saying he didn't know who Jenna Lewis was, so he thought she was Genevieve. And I'm like, someone hasn't been watching recent seasons.
That's very funny.
Those names are kind of actually phonetically similar, but still.
He didn't know their names. He thought that he did that by face recognition. Like, it's not
awesome.
And, like, he wasn't told their names. He was just like, oh, just that's Jenna or that's Genevieve, and he got them confused, I think.
All right. We ready for 30?
Number 30. 33 is
Camilla.
Wow.
So, did you know she has a secret alliance with Kyle?
What? Are you... What?
Wow. I am shocked.
Okay, that is a very funny bit to me because all the postseason stuff about their alliance not really being that strong.
Yeah.
Right,
and then we get that new Dalton article where she says, I wish Probst would have told me Kyle was going to be on this season because I wouldn't do it. I'm going to lose because everyone just saw me in that big secret alliance with Kyle and he's here. So, I'm not going to do well in this game.
I found it so funny that she said, well, now that that's the case, my strategy is going to do a secret alliance that nobody knows about with Joe.
Hell yeah. Well, I guess back to Camilla on season 48. It is just so weird how kid-like they try to make this 30-something-year-old married woman. Like, they have her in the fucking overalls and shit, and she's talking about trying to get her parents' approval and, the typical new era high school shit,
Okay, with Camilla, I think it makes more sense because there is some cultural aspect here, and there is some based the way that you go through high school and college end up in a role that she does, because I'm very familiar with that I went. I'm from Canada. I went to this one school, and then I'm going to Silicon Valley. That kind of pipeline is a very specific type of person that does that, and it makes sense that she's kind of comes across younger than she does because there's no the social aspect of that. There is
Yeah.
some background you
Also,
need to understand Camilla.
and also keep in mind the company that she is a software engineer for is Discord.
She works with Discord.
Yay! Hey, join the r/Survivor Rankdown Discord. Link
Yeah,
will
Camilla,
be in the description. You can yeah. What's up, Camilla? Come hit it up with us. Chat it up with us.
Oh god, that would not be a good idea. That would not be a good idea.
It's
We
all right.
know
She could tell
conver-
Mitch about our love for him. It'll be cool.
She can tell
Yeah.
David how much we love that one gif of him standing after Mary got voted out.
That is
Yeah.
great. That is great. But
Yeah. It is interesting how our, suspect of the community views Camilla versus like the greater. Because to most people, Camilla is like the best character of the season. While to us, it is a whole different story.
Yeah,
So many people love like the Olympics confessional. That's the one that always comes to mind. Is Joe and David should be at playing the Olympics, not Survivor, and which like I enjoy her trying to give an edge and trying to show some emotion. It's just kind of frustrating that that's the viewpoint a lot of people have over Survivor instead of it being what each season makes it.
Yeah. And also she gets the really weird growth arc, like at the end where it's like, oh my god, like I don't even remember it because it made so little sense.
Yeah, she wins a couple immunity challenges towards the end against like Joe and stuff like and all that, and I guess that's supposed to be a part of it. But yeah, it comes very late into the game, and maybe it's to sell that she is our our final jury member that would have swept the jury if she would have made it there. But it feels very tacked on.
yeah. And also it's like again, I'm gonna have approval from my parents. She's been married for 7 years. And that is not on Camilla herself at all. That is like a zillion percent on the producers for kind of forcing.
Yeah, they direct those scenes now.
I don't think that this is completely untrue. Like I think there is a part of her that's still looking for that approval because that is kind of the like I don't know, you're trying to make a life for your family in a new country kind of idea of like an immigrant child, which I definitely think she is, and she gives up a lot of those vibes.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
It's just that she's in her 30s.
Yeah.
And Survivor always loves to use producer prompting to dumb down their players who are in their 30s. It's the same thing with Andy. Like, again, Andy in real life, I've met him. A very normal, cool 33-year-old guy. On the show, they make him look like he's 8. And that, again, that is more a problem with the show than the people on it.
Yeah.
But it makes Camilla worse as a character. The one thing about her, I guess, arc that I will defend is the fact that throughout the season, she is very clearly progressively getting cockier and cockier. And then when she can't make fire against someone who is very clearly having a mental breakdown doing it, it's just like, okay, yeah, that's kind of funny. It's like you get cocky and you start talking all this shit towards the end, and you're like, oh yeah, Kyle, put me in. And then she gets her ass handed to her by someone who like does not win fire against anybody else.
Yeah, she plays that final round like terribly. Like she doesn't try to get her closest ally to take her to the end. She doesn't. She just says, "Hey, gentleman's agreement. I know we have to put each other in fire." And it's just like, oh, well, all right, cool, I guess. But I guess you didn't practice at all. If you knew that this was going to come down to this, you maybe should have not been like the worst fire making person the show has ever had.
She's bafflingly terrible at fire for someone who very clearly knew that she would need to make fire.
Yeah.
Because she is she is a good Survivor player.
Yeah,
she probably wins. By all accounts, she wins if she even wins against Kyle. She makes it to the end. She just
can't get over that final hump to actually get to the end.
She beats everybody on that cast. I also will say it's kind of funny that if she gets trigger happy and tries to make the move on Kyle at 5, Mitch wins Survivor.
And we all wish that would have happened.
What a world that would be.
Absolutely.
God damn it, Camilla. How could you?
Damn it, Camilla. Hey, Camilla, sure.
I think we've said all we need to about Camilla now that we're starting to talk more about Mitch.
Yeah. One last thing about
conversations
Camilla.
eventually devolve into Mitch too. So.
True. One last thing about Camilla. I do like, you mentioned the immigrant stuff. And of course, they have the concept with her and Kyle talking about both being Guyanese. And I do find that the most illuminating stuff about Camilla. Like, she kind of, her best stuff is just Kyle residuals to me, which is funny because Kyle's best stuff is like Joe residuals. So yeah, it's interesting, but there is stuff I like about Camilla, but there's a lot I don't. So,
yeah,
that's where she is.
Just for context, I have Funky has her at 31, Lights the lowest on her at 34, like 32. I am far and away apparently the highest on her at 21. That's not necessarily because I love Camilla. There are some these areas I just like a bit less. Camilla's fine. It's a good, solid narrator, and I think we're about done talking with her. Yeah. But yeah,
and I know there are people in the rank downer community that like are much lower on her than like all of us. And all I'll say to that is personally, I don't think she really is any sort of quote unquote grading at all. Like people think she's annoying. She's not at all.
Yeah, cool.
She's closer to boring than she is annoying.
I think she's boring.
Yeah.
That's why
I'd agree with that.
34. I don't think she's that interesting.
She's a snoozer.
Yeah. All right, let's move on.
And on to 29.
Right. So
we have Stephanie in Heroes versus Villains,
who
breaking her damn shoulder.
Is the person with the lowest placement on here, right?
Yeah, I guess 19.
Yeah,
19.
No one else has a first boot. Like, I don't think we have a first boot on here, do we?
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. That's a good point. And especially the last time we saw Stephanie on Survivor was her being the second boot. So it feels like it's been a long, long time since we've seen Stephanie, even though she was on season 20. She just barely was.
Yeah, she's one of 5 people who don't make the merge, and she's one of 4 people that don't make the jury on this list.
Yeah.
Thanks, Aubrey.
Yeah.
No, 3. One of 3 people that don't make the jury.
I thought Aubrey was the person who didn't make the jury.
No, I was the other person.
I know who you're saying. I know who you're saying.
Yeah, it's Coach and Hero.
Yeah, it's Coach too.
She beefs with James. That's all I have to say.
Yeah.
And she gets her shoulder broken.
Yeah. Which I think is kind of a gnarly scene in like a good way, and she pops it back in, and those early challenges of Heroes.
That's Hero stuff.
It's a great challenge. It's a great opening challenge. I would love.
They have a lot of really physical challenges in that season that I miss.
I love that challenge. That challenge also gave us the iconic gif of Bobby Mason dragging Rupert.
Yeah, and Rupert breaking his toe and shit.
And there's another moment in that challenge we'll talk about later involving 2 people on 50.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
But we'll definitely get to that.
Stephanie in the premiere breaks her shoulder, and that's about it. I guess it's a 2. In the second part, where she gets booted, she fights with Rupert. She gets mad at James. Yeah, she just fights with people.
Yeah, and it is interesting. James is saying how she is a curse to her tribe, bringing up like oolong and shit like that. Like, not directly, but very clearly alluding to it, about how she's kind of a poison to her tribe. And I like her as a prop to James, who I think is one of the more underrated characters of the season.
I agree.
I think she is very serviceable as a second boot, and I think that gets her to, the placement she has. Nothing deeper than that.
Yeah. I don't think we need to talk about it too much more. Just for reference, Mana has her at highest at 26, Funky at 27, Mike at 28, me at 31, and Lights at 32.
Yep. And shout out to her at the reunion plugging her pizza restaurant.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Very fun. And her waving to the camera. Her waving to the camera is like the reunion is closing. That's also very funny.
He totally
yeah. Happy to see her back. Anything else?
I think.
All right, number 20.
That was easy.
Ooh.
Ooh, it's Mike White.
Oh,
Am's favorite.
I am surprised.
My favorite, yes.
I am not surprised.
I'm not.
We have a fairly diverse range of casting of votes here from Mike White, with Mana clearly the highest at 19, Lights and Mike at 26, me at 32, and Rams at 36. So this is one of the more scattershot rankings we've seen so far of us kind of being on slightly different pages.
I've always thought Mike White pretty fun. I mean, I'm not a massive fan of DVG, but he's one of the best characters on that season, in my opinion.
Yeah,
he's just a consistent fun presence.
I think he's a consistent,
it's like the
solid.
Holy shit! It's Ned Schneebly on Survivor, and he's just like, he's funny the entire time, even if his content is a little inconsistent. He's not great, but it's like when he's there, I like watching him, and that's about it.
Like,
when he's there, I don't like watching him.
He's kind of the David. Do not like watching him. Like, I think he's fine. He's kind of the David of the Goliaths because he's like old and like not strong, and he's not John Hennigan, and he like I don't know, like he gets some fun confessionals. He's decent at like are they scripted in a kind of like a Jonathan Penner kind of way, and his delivery nowhere near as good? Yeah, but like it's still funny and it's still solid, and he still makes sense in the context of the season. But like, I don't think he's like crazy, but I've never found him bad.
Yeah, I do. Obviously, as my just I do find him very, very bad. Part of it is the scripted nature of all of it. He's like we were talking about how Rick is too camera ready. I feel that way weirdly more with Mike. I think because Mike's like a screenwriter. So like Mike's
and like, he has been on reality television.
He's been on reality TV. Like Mike is really camera ready in a way that like it's like every line is like just so rehearsed. I also just find the direction he takes the season to be like really unfortunate. Like I love the David vs. Goliath like pre-merge. I think the early merge solid, but like as the season goes on, it's one of those seasons where the further it goes on, the worse it gets. And I think Mike does play an unfortunate part of that because he weirdly just delivers. The way he kind of like just he's a huge part of why the season is like why the boot order is the way it is, and it's unfortunate. I feel like seeing out all the people that are, I guess, a bit more interesting, and then he delivers confessionals in this annoying, dry, annoyingly condescending way too. I think it's the part where it's just like Mike, like I just do not like watching him talk at all. I think that's a very fundamental issue I have with someone who is a very big narrator, especially in the back half of the season. And unfortunately, the fact that the season gets worse as it goes on, it does mean that it's top two characters that I have to put a lot of blame on Mike and Nick, who are the top two. And we'll get into later why I do not put nearly as much blame on the third co-finalist, who is also on this season. But I just really find none of Mike's content to be particularly good, and I find him to be actively grating and detrimental to the season a lot of time.
And if we watch the season 50 finale, he's gotten even worse at delivering confessionals.
Yeah,
that is
that one confessional is like exactly why it's aligned very clearly pre-rehearsed, but not delivered in an interesting way.
Yeah, it's kind of like how I've always viewed Mike White is the way people respond to that confessional. I was like, see, that's how I kind of felt about him and David versus Goliath. Now it's just even more apparent.
I don't think he was that bad. Like, I think that's probably his worst confessional I've ever seen, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just think that his style of confessional is just so ridiculous because it's like, you know, Mike White is a very big deal, and the fact that he's just, I don't know, the whole thing is just so absurd and hilarious to me. It's like, yeah, of all fucking people, Mike White.
Yeah. And that's not even getting into like the behind the scenes stuff about his friendship with Probst and him consulting on other creative and production decisions in the show's past. That just kind of make the character, he just kind of does not really add up.
And
Like
also the
I've
fact that
described
they,
before that it's almost like a producer playing the game is
Yeah.
kind of how it feels like
Yeah, I'd
watching
agree
Mike
with that for
White.
sure.
And I don't think that's very interesting.
and them also not airing what I mean, obviously that they're not gonna air this, and it probably did not even happen. But the most interesting thing about Mike White as a character was definitely the weed rumor that his
Oh, that
his
his husband or partner.
his partner smuggled THC pills up his ass, gave him to Mike at the family visit, and Mike was stoned as shit for the end of the season. Which
And that's why he wins fire making.
people were saying that, and it's
I
like, you know
remember
what?
this.
It's very obviously not true. I so wish it was. I wish it was true, and they still bring him back for 50. That's awesome.
It's
It
not
makes
true.
the finale more interesting.
It's not true, obviously. It would be awesome if it was.
Let's just all hope that the White Lotus season 4 is better. Season 3.
Yes. And I'm very excited to see who from this season gets a cameo on White Lotus season 4. Are we done?
Yeah.
I'm cool.
All right, let's go with number 27. Who is? Oh, nice.
Tiffany
Nicole Irvin. Great picture choice, Funky, as always.
Yeah, thank you. My favorite Tiffany moments are the ones where she is actively shutting down some of the most annoying bullshit of the season. The picture I posted here is Banu begging for like hidden immunity idols, and because we get 2 episodes of Banu being like definitely the guy to go home, and it's
so
they're
good.
90-minute episodes too. Which, like, I do think there's a universe where Banu is a very compelling character. Not enough to take up 180 minutes of the same shit.
In some worlds, he's good, and I think Tiffany gets. Tiffany is probably the most out of left field choice for this cast, but she is solid. She can deliver a confessional, even if a lot of it is Vantage Idol content. Tiffany gets a decent amount of that. She's good enough at delivering it that it doesn't bother me so much compared to someone like Drea, or that's the first example I can think of. I do really like her with. Well, obviously, I like Kenzie more in it. In the Jess scenes, people may disagree with that.
Big disagree.
But like, she's kind of a residual to mostly Q, somewhat Kenzie. She's like a third wheel in that. She's solid enough, but like she's not, and she can deliver a confessional, but she's not much more than that.
Yeah,
I'll go to bat for her. I mean, she's not excellent or anything, but her best content is definitely with Q. Specifically the episode after Q does his quit shenanigans. That is her best episode. She like sneak disses Q at like a reward challenge mat chat, and Probst is like, "Oh, I wonder who you might be talking about," and she's like, "Yeah, I'm fucking talking about Q. Fuck you." Like that whole
the Q
episode,
dynamic is very fun.
That whole episode, she's like, "I fucking hate you, Q." At like not even in a Tiffany hates Q way. She's like, she's literally just like insulting this guy to his face. Really, the rest of the season, she's doing that, including when they're both on the jury at Final Tribal.
Oh, talking about Final Tribal, I love how she shuts down Charlie and Ben by telling them we're not looking for Taylor Swift lyrics or rock and roll references.
That's probably my favorite Tiffany moment.
That's mine too. It is very cathartic. And if I were Ben or Charlie, I would have jumped in the fucking fire. She fucking owned them.
That was definitely the moment Charlie was off, because I'm pretty sure Charlie at least going into Final Tribal was like, oh, it's probably going to be a 50-50. The second Tiffany says that, he was like, oh, I'm fucked.
Yeah.
He's like, it's over.
It is
He's
Tiffany's
still
best
very
moment
close.
as someone who does not like Tiffany at all. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for context, rankings wise, Lights is the highest on Tiffany at 21, then Mike at 24, Funky at 26, me at 30, and Mana at 35.
I do not like Tiffany at all. Like, she is just, to me, she is always just, I do not find her compelling as a character in the slightest. Like, I have always felt that her tribe has kind of dragged down the season. Like, her and Kenzie specifically have always been kind of dragging down the season. While I feel like Kenzie is more like actively bad, Tiffany is someone who just consistently bores me every time she's on screen. Like, she has never been someone who is compelling to me as a narrator or as anything at all.
Yeah. Tiffany's weird because it's almost like I give her the benefit of the doubt that she'll be good if she didn't have the saddle of being the idol confessionalist and having the hidden immunity idol.
Yeah.
Which, like, maybe she would suck if she didn't have it too. I don't know, but like, she looks like, and there's enough there where I feel like she could be a good character without that. So I almost want her not to find jack shit on this new season. And
considering all of her best content is just like getting really just so validly pissed off at all the annoying ridiculousness that she's surrounded with. I believe she's on a starting tribe with Coach.
Yeah, that's a good person to bounce off being annoyed with.
I think I'm
And you look at the preseason press for 50. Everyone is like talking about Coach.
Yeah.
Coach
I'm a
is
little
the
terrified.
coach.
I'm excited and scared at the same time.
He could be either the best or worst character of the season. Probably best though, since I'm always behind the Dragon Slayer, as we will talk about 3 times.
Yeah, there's a point why Coach hasn't come up yet. I think the big reason I'm the highest in Tiffany is I am probably the only Kenzie fan in this community, other than I think someone's figuring out that Kenzie's good on their first watch of it. But a certain someone who I'm sure will listen to this at some point. Shout out to this person.
Yeah.
I will continue not to name, but I actually really like Kenzie, especially in a like I pretty much like all of Kenzie's content, other than a few like finale things. And the fact that I do like Yanu in general, I think brings me up in Tiffany because I think she works well off Banu, off Jess, off Kenzie, off Q, and like that whole thing works for me, and that is my justification for 21.
Yeah. And it truly would be a mark on your resume to get rid of your closest ally. Let's see, 26.
Number 26 is Ozzy 1.0.
Cook Islands Ozzy.
Cook Islands
420.
Ozzy, and we're pretty much in agreement on him. Funky's the highest on him at 24, then Lights at 27, Mana and I at 28, and Mike at 29. So all of us are about the middle of the pack, which
lukewarm.
That's fair.
He's
I
like
He's fine.
The I-2-4 being the final 4 and winning is the only correct outcome the season could have had. So I mean, good on that.
Yeah,
and he is he is the likable challenge guy that loses to the boring advantage guy, and that's about all I have to say.
And
about
he says
Ozzy
420 at the
1.0.
auction, and he has this big shit-eating grin on his face as he does so, and that's just funny.
What do you mean? You go
and also the moment, with which I think is by far one of Yule's best moments on Cook Islands, but it's probably Ozzy's best moment too. Is when it's them and Parvati in the hot tub.
You want to see the Cook Islands humpback whale?
What's cooking there? What's cooking on those islands?
It's Ozzy doing backflips and Parvati, being flirty, and Yule looking like he just came his pants.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, this is the original Ozzy. You know, Ozzy, kind of became a phenomenon within Survivor after this because he's an incredible athlete in the water. He's just
He's
incredible like
one of the
outdoorsman.
he's one of the few people who's like actively a better character for how impressive he is physically.
Yes.
Watching
I
him
was about
swim
to
is
say that.
incredible.
Yeah,
we are going.
I'm so
awesome
engaged in what Cook Islands. I think the most engaging content for a lot of these episodes is just watching what Ozzy does at a challenge, and that is something special. Like,
Yeah.
in what he wins 5 out of 6 individual immunities, and he probably would have won a 6th one if they didn't, change the final 3 Final Tribal Council.
Like, and it's impressive because it's not like Yul is incompetent, even though I don't think Yul was trying that hard to win challenges.
Parvati, as we saw in future seasons, good at challenges. Ozzy just beat her a lot of times.
Yeah, Adam Gentry, pretty good at challenges.
Adam Gentry, not bad physically.
Only other person that won that an immunity challenge, but Adam was coming in pretty close. Sandra was doing okay in a lot of these challenges too.
Becky,
Ozzy just
none of these people are
outclassed
bad.
everyone.
Outside Penner, this is not a bad cast physically, and Ozzy just destroys them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think he has a little bit more of an edge than he's my favorite I2 member just because he has a slight edge to him. Like, I love the Mutineers is the first to die shit he says.
There's the Billy
Garcia
episode.
Yeah, that's just like, that's kind of a weird episode, but it does show a little bit more of like an edge to Ozzy.
Yeah, I think he's a bit more interesting here than this Game of Craft 4.
Yeah,
and
we still have yet to get into the Ozzy appearances that really make Ozzy.
Yeah,
Ozzy,
we'll talk more about.
We'll
definitely talk up Ozzy more when we talk about his more interesting iterations. But yeah, Ozzy. Yeah. I like Ozzy,
and also on the notion of Ozzy being like actively more interesting because of the challenges. We actually do have 2 other people on this cast who are boosted by that.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I can think of at least one off the top of my head, but
yeah, I can't think of another one, but there's definitely one who I completely agree with.
I mean, one of them. I'll say both of them are
positive.
Both of them are positive.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
I'll get into both.
Do we got anything else to say about Ozzy?
Really,
the last thought I have to say is I just kind of, even though like I get the change to Final 3, it's a bigger cast and such, and that way, your I2-4 alliance doesn't have to betray one another. I do very much wonder how Ozzy would navigate an endgame, because the I2-4 never had to stab one another in the back. No one ever had to draw blood, and I think that's a big reason why Cook Islands falls very flat for me. And I think Ozzy maybe could have been really interesting if they had that final round and see him make that final decision between like Yul and Sandra or Yul and Becky or whatever. But yeah, that's all I can really say. For what he is, he's pretty mid, but good for Cook Island.
All right, number 25?
25.
Number 25 is
Colby on All Stars.
Colby on All Stars, yeah.
He's Colby and he goes out early. That's it.
Yeah, that actually really sums it up.
Yeah.
I agree to some extent. I do think it's there is some interest in it, especially I guess the first thing is his placement on the same tribe as Richard Hatch, who was actively like always, maybe not always, but in his columns and stuff for Australian Outback and other seasons, he was actively like talking about his crush on Colby and actively like being real flirtatious with the comments he would make about Colby. So it's, as a Survivor fan, it was kind of fun seeing those two in specific interact with one another. And Colby has a couple good jokes on Hatch's expense, in my opinion. I do think they're pretty funny.
250 pounds of Hatch.
Yeah, it's like when you have Richard Hatch in your tribe, you're gonna have a whole lot of love.
Is it possible? I don't necessarily want to read that one. I'm reaching my daily limits of giving thanks to Hatch, the stud confessional.
Yeah, that's a fun one. Yeah, so like I think Colby still has a good chunk of his charm. I do think Colby kind of sold his soul a little bit and came back to All Stars just for an appearance fee because his Hollywood career wasn't popping up as hot as he and many others thought it would. And ultimately it is fun once we get when Saboga dissolves and Jerry gets to now join Mogo Mogo. So we get Colby and Jerry content again, which is fun, especially even from that first scene of her when all the tribes come out. And Saboga's the last tribe that comes out, and Jerry like steps up and starts laughing, and then you look. They cut to Colby's face, and he just looks so fucking done. We get some sweet moments, and he's now entangled in Jerry's story, where Jerry is trying to kind of rehabilitate her image, but she also still wants to get a dig at Colby and beat him this time. Like she says, that's on her bucket list is to beat Colby. And she does. And
driver bucket list.
Yeah. And it's fun for what it is, especially for All Stars, because All Stars it's just not that fun of a season. And even this is kind of a stretch to call it fun, but like I think it is at least worthy of a little
The Colby blindside is like actually fun. Like he's not expecting it at all. It kind of sets up Lex as well to be like this cutthroat because Lex cuts Colby, Ethan, and Jerry, who he has a good relationship with all three of them before they go, and then it sets up Lex really well because this is where Lex's story really starts. And like Colby's and Colby there is like the first like power player who's taking control of the game at this point. Like he's the one calling the shots. He's the one saying like Jerry and Cheyenne there's no difference to me. Like it's like just like he's the first like to truly other than Jenna Lewis, really, he's the first person that takes charge of votes.
Yeah. And I love that discussion between him and Cheyenne where they're talking about different styles of gameplay. And Colby's talking about I don't really have respect for the style of gameplay that Cheyenne was showing at the time, which, I think a lot of fans don't, but it was a really interesting thing. And I think it kind of sets up, Amber eventually winning over Rob in a weird way. So I do like that. Another scene I like is, because Colby thinks they're going to take out Jerry when he gets voted off. And Colby's telling, I think, Lex or someone, he's like, I've already been brainstorming of the different things I'm going to say when it's time to vote Jerry off. And then he gets to it. He opens the vote to the camera, and just shakes his head and folds it and puts it in. I'm like, all right. That was kind of sick.
Colby, this is Colby's weakest showing, but I feel like it's still Colby, man.
Yeah,
it's his weakest showing by default, just because he goes out really early and he's on a bad season.
Yeah, but Colby doesn't contribute to any of the bad parts on it. So
yeah, he's in my top 4 for the season. Like he genuinely is. So
yeah, I think a lot of people over there.
Yep. And he won Sexiest Man at America's Tribal Council.
Like, is Jerry better? Yeah. Is Jerry I think Jerry might be better than all 3 seasons, arguably.
I would say Jerry's only better than him in All Stars, but like if someone made that argument, I wouldn't say
I probably have Jerry better than him on Australia and All Stars, and I have Colby above her.
Colby's better on Heroes vs. Villains.
I definitely have Colby above her on Heroes vs. Villains, but they're both great. Why isn't Jerry on 50?
Yeah, big rip. All right. Time for 24.
Number 24
is Kyle
Frazier. Wow.
And I do want to point out the picture I chose of Kyle for this is him doing that challenge that says where they have to spell unforgettable. And I chose it because that's how we feel about Kyle and his time on Survivor. It was unforgettable.
He has I think he has a couple good key scenes, but that's not enough for someone who wins the season.
And who is the main character of the season.
I would argue that's Joe.
It's Joe. It's Joe.
I think
But-
by confessional confessional time and stuff like that and everything. But Kyle's definitely the main narrator of the season.
Kyle's the
He's
one
probably
who,
not a
like,
main
after
character,
they
but I
do
think-
something, they cut to him, and he's like, "Well, this is good for my game because of strategy."
And it's
You know.
not bad. Like, he can sell a confessional. Like, he can sell one. But
Yeah.
like Kyle, like he gets the I got arrested for, I don't remember the reason, but like ultimately the reason is he's a black man.
Yeah.
And he talks to Joe in that connection scene. And the other key scene is him connecting with Camilla over their heritage. And
Yeah.
like, but ultimately he's pretty boring. And I'm
Yeah.
surprised. I'm shocked he's this high. I'm like genuinely shocked
I
he's
am
above. I'm
befuddled.
Yeah.
shocked
I think
he's above
it's just.
all these
I think
dudes.
it's just that, to me at least, he is like that much of a piece in Joe's overall story. Just because for Joe, the David boot is such an important round for why the main character of the season loses,
Mhm.
and the fact that it happens because Kyle opens up to Joe about I was racially profiled, and it's obviously not David's intention, but the way David talks to me accidentally reminds me of the way the cops would talk to me.
Yeah.
And Joe listens, and it's why he turns on David.
Yeah. Like,
That
I think
right
Kyle
there
gets
is that right there
compelling
is
stuff.
that right there outside of now it's the most important episode of the season in the sense that right then and there, that is why Joe loses. Obviously, the two better Joe episodes are the Shaheen boot with like the stuff with his sister, and obviously
Eva.
the stuff, the Eva stuff.
Yeah, the stuff with Eva. Yeah, Kyle, my praise for him, like we were saying, a lot of it is the Joe residuals. I think himself as a character is pretty whatever, but when he interacts with Joe, I very much like it. Like we were saying, I think he talks about interesting stuff when he is with Joe, and going on. Like I think was a very interesting, compelling discussion that they had together. And I also really like in the finale him choosing Joe to sit next to him, and also Kyle talking about the ethical dilemmas of putting Eva in fire, knowing that she'll likely have a panic attack on national television, and what should his social responsibility be too. Like Kyle brings weight to scenes that I don't think many new era characters could.
Mhm.
And I don't think he's a particularly interesting person, but there is more emotional gravitas when he talks than I would have ever expected. And I think a lot of that is because he gets on really well with Joe and believes in a lot of the same philosophies Joe does, but has just a more outwardly strategic presenting face about it.
And I mean, a lot of what carries Kyle too is just that he is just a naturally very cool guy.
Yeah, he's kind of cool. I'm just kidding. For context, rankings wise, Lights said that he was surprised that Kyle was this high. Lights has him the lowest at 30, then Mana at 29, Mike at 25, Flunky at 21, then I'm the highest on him at 19. And to kind of defend that take, part of it is because, as Mike just said, he's kind of a cool guy. Just kind of, I think he's a fairly compelling speaker. I just like his vibes. Cool guy. Let's just kind of he gives a lot of strategy, but I'd rather listen to him give strategy than listen to a lot of other people give strategy. And also, and speaking of strategy, he's one of the few players who I just like watching him play Survivor. Like, I think his win is very cool. I think his win sets a kind of a cool example in terms of like being the man behind the man. I just think watching him do that, and like this is a lot better knowing that he wins, essentially knowing that this does all work. It's like, no, he's a kind of cool, kind of inventive player, and watching him play Survivor, I think is a lot more interesting than watching other people play Survivor, because he's just that talented and he just has the kind of cool philosophy on how to do it. And this is also why I'm higher on Camilla. I think for similar reasons, but I just Kyle's kind of cool. I just like watching him on my screen.
Yeah, he's an above average guy in his own words. So put him on Survivor, I guess.
Yeah.
Twice.
I mean, shit. If I'm cast on Survivor, he's definitely up there for people I would be the most down to, live on the island day to day with, and someone I would definitely want to align myself with in a game. And I'm not just saying that because I've met the guy in real life and he's awesome.
So Mike wants to be Camilla. Got it.
Real.
What?
Let's put him in overalls.
What?
All right.
No,
Let's
no.
end on that note and go to 23.
No, I need to give all my mod permissions in my Discord servers away now.
No. All right.
I need to.
All right.
Next
Number
up.
23 is
Next up.
Genevieve 1.0 from 47.
This is
Canada.
also shocking.
This is I have no idea what she's gonna place here. But I have
feel
her
like this
exactly
is-
here, so I'm not upset.
I think this is way low, but
I'm surprised she's this low. I am glad she is this low. I would have her.
I'm just gonna read off the
Cosign.
rankings really quick. Lights is the highest on Genevieve at 16, which I believe is the highest rank we've seen so far. Then Mike at 20, then me at 23, Funky at 25, and Mana the lowest at 27.
for context, for that 16, Genevieve's almost in my top 100 of all time. Well, to be fair, they're from my 100 to 110 range. 5 out of 10 of those characters are on this list, which is kind of funny. But regardless of that, I find Genevieve really compelling on this season. Mostly, I know a lot of it connects back to a not super developed relationship with Keyshawn because she is invisible those first 3 episodes, and that is a knock here. So I guess I'll preface it with that. But I do love how she describes her issues with being emotional and opening up to people because she wants to be that game bot kind of person, but she's not able to do it. I absolutely love that. I think that's super compelling. And she does make weird, very 47 new era brained moves, but the emotional context and reaction to that is something I don't think we've ever really seen with someone who wants to play that way. Because there's a lot of people that have tried to play that way and are just okay, I'm going to do my next move. And with Genevieve, it's never really like that.
Exactly, and I think
Yeah.
that honestly think Genevieve's character is kind of a statement as to why, hey, you cannot play Survivor this way. And again, for context to the listeners, I have Genevieve at number 20. I would absolutely have her. Again, I would have her higher I would have her way higher if she didn't get purpled those first 3 episodes, and if we saw more of her with Keyshawn. But
and Rome, who apparently was also very important in that equation because she talks a lot about they voted off my biggest ally, and I'm like, who?
Yeah, but
and apparently it was fucking Rome, and
yeah,
they want to tribe together.
Yeah, but all that said, again, that is just a testament to how good Genevieve's good stuff is. It says a lot that I have so many problems with her edit, and I still have her this high. She is,
There's an attempt
Mother
there.
V,
That's
Mother
what I
V,
say about
Genevieve, whatever,
Yeah, what I say about Genevieve is there's an attempt there, and I do respect the attempt, which makes her one of my favorite cast members of 47. I just don't think it comes together well. I think it's kind of like Camilla, where it just kind of comes a little bit too out of left field. And especially with her just like we're saying, Kishan, Rome, her just being absent in those beginning episodes, and then emerging to become one of the lead characters of it. It just felt very off to me. And and I enjoy at least a lot of her content. I don't think she sells it as well as she could. I think with a better speaker, it would be better content.
I think she's a really good speaker. I don't know. I don't agree with that at all. But
I do like how she is extremely unapologetically Canadian. Like, there's just a random scene, like a random shot of her on the beach, and she's like, "I want poutine." It's just,
I didn't know what that was until like a few months ago. Funny enough, but I'm all the
Yeah.
way in down south, so I
I was
never
thinking,
interact with
yeah,
Canadians.
but like like out of all the Canadians on the show, Genevieve is from the most like Canadian place other than maybe Jake on 49. Because everyone else is like big city. Actually, Kane. Kane is
Yeah.
from a way. Kane is from like
He sings the anthem.
Canada. But like Genevieve is not that far behind.
I also do like how Genevieve like barely exists on social media. I think that's fun.
Yes.
47 as a whole.
that changed like a month ago.
She's that's still a very. This is clearly for a specific purpose. That's not like I'm sharing my whole life.
Yeah. My both my issues with Genevieve and the things I like about Genevieve are pretty much the same. Which 47 as a whole is season that's very much built on vibes. And Genevieve is a very vibey character, and sometimes those vibes are good, and sometimes I need a bit more depth. I can only subsist on pure vibes for so long. And for the time that I can't subsist on pure vibes, Genevieve is great. And eventually I'm like, okay, but I need a bit more. Overall, I do like her. I totally get why she's here. Also, I definitely want to. I'm glad that she's here. If you want to pick one person from 47, I think you absolutely pick Genevieve. So I'm glad she's here.
In like 10 years, I might take Teeny, but not now. In like 10 years.
I'll take TK.
Or TK, yeah. My apologies, I forgot about TK. I might bring TK back over Genevieve, but
Gabe. Remember, he's supposed to be back.
The damn birds. The damn birds.
Listen, we got
I hate the damn birds.
If you want Gabe Ortiz back, just listen to his ayahuasca story on Johnny Fairplay's podcast.
All right, and now that we're done shilling for fair play,
ayahuasca with fucking Raymond Bledsoe, John Carroll.
Look,
you want
we could talk. Look, we might need to make a whole separate podcast on that, but
yeah, that sounds very annoying. Let's get to 22.
Let's go to number 22, Genevieve. And number 22 is Christian. We have quite a different array of.
You're knocking out my high people real early.
Christian died on the cross in that one
Christian,
challenge.
For reference, Lights has him by far the highest at 11. This is definitely our highest ranking we've seen so far. Then Funky at 17, me at 20, Mike at 22, and Mana once again the lowest at 24.
I'm just going to get this completely out of the way. I really, really do like Christian as a personality. The reason he is ranked so low is because he doesn't get a fucking ending.
Yeah.
Yes.
He should be the one that wins the season, and they give him like total
shit.
He
should not win this season.
I'm very glad he does not win the season.
There's no shot he wins this season.
Yeah, I agree that he has a shit ending, but not that he should win the season.
He's a crappy survivor. He's a crappy player. He's not a good player at all.
His ending.
Like, if there is a David that I would have been like unabashedly happy to be like, yes, this is the David that should slay the Goliaths or whatever, it's him.
It's got.
I guess if you're like scripting the season,
not fucking Nick.
Nick is the. Yeah. Like, I get what you mean in like a purely like theoretical, if I'm sitting down to script the season kind of way. In terms of like the vibes of the season, I think Christian needs to fall. And I think they just completely don't like the fact that he fell and just kind of ignored it.
Okay. This ranking is completely based on the fact I absolutely love his confessionals, his vibes. Like, he's super consistent with it. He's not like, I'm sure we can think of examples of someone who's really good at confessionals, but just shows up like Courtney Yates 2.0 is the example I can think of, who's just like, but like Christian gets it consistently in every episode, and it's a rare time where they've done that with someone who's actually, and like, he's up here in pure vibes. Like, I don't really care that he doesn't get an ending. I just enjoy him so much through the 11 episodes we get with him. Like, that's pretty much why he's as high as he is. Just
It was
personality-wise.
refreshing. Yeah. He was very refreshing to have a nerd character that wasn't so what's the word? Not self-referential, but self-deprecating.
Yeah,
He's
Yeah.
confident
Like, this is
in
a guy
what he is.
very comfortable. Yes, he's very comfortable in his own shoes, and people end up respecting it for him because he's himself.
Yeah,
And
he
I do
gets-
think
who's
that
okay
is
being a
cool.
nerd.
He's
And I-
in
Yeah.
that alliance with John Hennigan. Like,
That is very
it's-
funny.
Yeah.
does that
Yeah,
alliance
Dan.
really pay off like super amazingly? No, not really. But
You know,
it's a
he's
fun like character building thing. That's just like it's a fun scene.
he's not
And
like a
that's-
Cochrane annoying nerd. He's just a dude that loves robots. And Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah. Oh, no.
We're starting to play in the game.
Yeah.
It is very
Yeah.
cool that we're getting
There
Christian
is stuff
back.
there's stuff I like about Christian. I think a lot of the scenes with him and Gabby are particularly interesting. I think she's the more interesting character for if I'm putting a label to it. But I do think their dynamic is
You want to play with me?
pretty
What,
fun.
in the sand?
I love Gabby so much.
Yeah, some stuff like that. I think she brings a lot of the emotional weight of the Davids on her shoulders.
Yeah, and Christian's
But
kind of there as comic relief to Gabby a lot of the times. But
which
like,
he is good at. He is pretty good at. So yeah, really the biggest thing I knock is just every of one of those post-merge episodes is Christian going to go? Is Christian going to go? And then they just don't have the balls to make the episode that Christian's going to go. they just, that's not a focal point of the episode. He just goes. And so yeah, that's where I'm at.
All right. Number 21.
And I think we're good. 21. D.
Oh, wow.
D is.
Y'all
you
like
should have
feet?
zoomed in on the toe.
I think it is.
I
think it
tried
is
to find
so
a picture
funny.
with her feet. So
I think it is
Nah,
so,
this is a
so
picture.
funny. I think it is ridiculously funny that in the 50 pregame press, Q was like, "I'm a feet guy, so I'm targeting D."
well, he was saying it was because the toe's so big that he can't play
I
this
was
little
gonna
piggy
say,
went
I
to
think,
market,
I think
right?
he's almost scared of her feet.
Yeah, and then Dalton Ross. Well, he says like, "Do you know what I'm saying?" And Dalton Ross in parentheses something says, "No, I don't." And I'm just like, this man doesn't know ball, man. I know exactly what the fuck he was saying, bro. Q is right, man. He's on his Kevin Gates, bro.
We'll get to Q later. I'm a big D fan. I think she's awesome. I really don't think it is that accurate when people say that the Austin stuff comes too late. There is very clear building for it all in,
I think
the second episode of the season.
Is it?
I-
I didn't recall that at all, but I
remember a Robin Amper montage.
I think it's like I think the romantic stuff legitimately did come up as late as it did.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to show something that doesn't exist.
Yeah. It was apparent to me that like at the round where Austin gets Emily idled out of the game through Julie, we obviously see it's because that is when he starts like actually simping for D.
Yeah, like
and D immediately recognizes it right away. And I don't think she like didn't have some feelings for Austin, but she definitely dog walked him to the end. And I thought that like I watched that and I'm like, that is fucking awesome. And I really think D has the sauce the whole season. Like I know we don't particularly adore Sifu so much around here. But,
hell yeah, Sifu.
I think that's
but
the biggest Sifu hater is not here though.
The biggest Sifu hater is on the season and her name is D.
That's
pretty
good.
good.
I don't know if this is a social media edit Mandela effect thing. I really hope it's not, and I really think it is. But her parchment writing for Sifu looks a little too much like it says CFU.
I don't think that's intentional, but The
my
letters
gosh.
in that name are very similar.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I think
but
my thing with D is I I feel like the show like I do, now that we kind of know more of the context of D and how her and Austin immediately didn't work out, which is something we wouldn't know by watching the show because the reunions are filmed on right when Final Tribal Council ends.
so
I don't
stupid.
think I don't think they necessarily do a good job of showing what D's intentions with it are. Like it just feels like muddied to me. Not really like I thought she was a badass, but I didn't like watching it. It wasn't like I think she's a badass because she watched because she dog walked Austin. The only time like it really like made me think, oh, maybe she was that like Emily voting confessional where she's like, you better not give any money to that dude, otherwise I'm going to Florida to beat your ass or whatever she says.
That's right for Emily.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll get to Emily at
Yeah.
some point.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the heavy lifting is done by a fucking Rob and Amber montage. Like that loses them a lot of points.
I do not. I think I subtract points from D for that. So just for context for the rankings here, Funky is the lowest on D by quite a bit here at 28. Then Lights at 23, Mike at 16, mine at 13, then me at 11. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So this is my highest person here so far. And my defense for that is kind of what Mike was like, oh, D's just cool. I also, and as with Kyle, I love the fact that D is a winner. I like that she got her. I like that she wins with the edit she gets. That this win that they show D kind of being mean and being not very nice at a lot of points. Like they show her stealing Jake's like rice with Drew. They show her being so sick of Sifu shit. They see her like they see her like just kind of like outplaying Austin, just kind of like acknowledging, he's got feelings for him, but it's like I'm gonna do what it takes to win. She's a badass. She's like an absolute badass. I love watching her I just like watching her play. I think her win set a very cool precedent that I think was then followed up on by someone we'll get to later on 49.
Yeah,
it's just like
she has that dog in her.
She's got that dog in her. She's great.
I
think she's just really fun to watch. And
I will also say this: the person we will be talking about, I'm assuming sooner rather than later, is a better version of D.
I would agree with this. I would agree.
And I have this person higher than D in my rankings. However,
I believe I do as well.
The thing with D is that I think that 45 is the best season of the new era, and thus D has the best possible cast to play off.
Yeah, she bounced off them really well. I like her dynamics with Julie. I like her dynamics with Austin. Even like her dynamics with Drew.
Jake.
Pretty much.
Jake.
Yeah, like her stuff with Jake. Even like the stuff with Sean, even like the stuff pre-swap with post-swap with Sean, I kind of dig the stuff post-swap with Sifu. I just think she's cool. She's just cool, man. Like I know Austin says that she's just like the coolest person, and I get that. She's awesome.
Yeah, and like I want to give context. Like 23 is not low here. This is a group of returnees, and a lot of them. There's a lot of first appearances that are really good. Like I have D top 300. Well into it, and it's like that's not bad at all.
Yeah, no, there's plenty more good than bad here. A theme of 45 I like to pick out is that every single person loses the game just because they cannot fundamentally be anyone other than themselves. Like every single person gets voted out because of something about them that they can't turn off. And D is the one that is just able to turn anything off whenever she needs to, and she dominates.
She's just worse, Brian Heidick.
He's so cool. All right,
no, I'm joking.
Not Brian.
D's got the dog.
Listen,
D has got the dog.
Brian Heidick and dogs. I don't know if that's necessarily the best terminology.
Survivor Thailand podcast coming soon.
Recording next week.
We actually,
Twitty.
it actually
Okay,
is for
so I'm sure
Time
we
for
have some
Twitty.
next person, please.
next
Yes,
person
Twitty.
is.
We don't need to talk
Speaking
about
of
Brian's
speaking of
dogs
45.
or Dee's dogs.
Oh, geez.
Oh no!
Hey,
Wow,
shout out to
I
the
am-
dogs,
speaking.
man.
I am
Wow.
by far the highest.
All right,
Whoa,
financial
okay.
analyst Emily Flippin is next. So both the 45
Aura.
people back to back.
Aura.
Can't. I think the rankings are important context
Rankings
here.
are very important here. I am the lowest on her at 25. Mana, next at 22. Then Lights at 19. Then Funky at 18. She's carried up to number 20 by Mike's placement of 6. So Mike,
Shit.
talk
Take
did
it away,
not-
Mike.
Talk about Emily
I
Flippin.
did not. Emily Flippin is again. She is the Flippin People's Champ. She's awesome. I mean, everyone talks about her time on Lulu, which is the best tribe of the new era. She just right out of the gate immediately starts trying to push back on Bruce, and she just has beef with literally everybody except for Donlin, but
Who
she
has
has
beef with
a
Donlin?
meaningful Huh?
Beef with Donlin. He seems like the nicest guy. The latter, maybe.
The Survivor Dream Team. No. No, shout out Donlin, great guy. I don't really feel like I need to detail how awesome she is in those first 3 episodes. Everyone says she falls off after that. And like obviously her first 3 episodes are her best 3 episodes. I think her last 2 episodes are really good cuz she does have this growth arc, but simultaneously through her improving her abrasiveness as a person, she can't fully get rid of it. And once she votes out Bruce, she is like so abrasive and cocky, and then she immediately gets idled out because she just cannot hide the fact that she is still Emily.
Yeah,
And
she's so excited about it. She tells everyone immediately, and everyone does the little like cheer thing they do because everyone loves the blind side and shit,
Yeah, and I just love that that contrast. Like, yes, she has grown, but also she's still Emily Flippin.
Yeah. I think
that is an awesome balance, and I don't think that she totally dies out during her time in the middle too, because I think she plays off of the Reba 4 pretty well. Against Bruce for sure. Again, I love her relationship with Caleb. Love her relationship with Sabaya. What else? I like her at the swap, actually, at the fucking Brando boot, which is underratedly funny, because underratedly a hilarious episode just because of Brando and Drew Basile being dicks to each other the entire episode. But I do like a lot that Emily is like actively choosing to side with Reba, because I really feel like that adds to I like 45 as like a 3-act structure, being the downfall of Lulu, the downfall of Reba, or no, downfall of Lulu, downfall of Bello, downfall of Reba. And I really think that Emily is the bridge between all 3 of those. And how do I put this? She's the reason that this 3-act structure connects with each other instead of feeling like 3 different seasons. You know what I mean?
That is an
I would argue that
interesting
Jake does that
hypothesis.
slightly better, but yeah.
I think
Jake is almost as good.
I think Jake is like, never mind. No, let's not give my Jake. I think Jake's the best character of the new era for me. But Emily is like very good as well. I agree with a lot of Mike's takes, other than the part where I think she does definitely fall off from about. Yeah, she gets that swap episode, but I don't think she's particularly that good in it, in my opinion. And then the early merge until like she's kind of in and out. She's kind of there when she's useful, but not all the time. It's like it's a 90-minute episode. I think she could have definitely. There's something missing with her, in my opinion. Like, yeah, she's great on Lulu. Yeah, the oh my, like how badly she fumbles. Like the first 3 days and is going to get voted off all over Brandon Donlin. It's insane. Like
yeah, her snitching out that Caleb is going to be the one that is going to get the vote, so we get shot in the dark, shenanigans. So there's like Emily moments past that I think are like there, but I'm just not. I don't think they're particularly interesting, and she also gets one of those. Well, I was about to comment on that. It's one of those things where
her challenge win is emotional, but also immediately after the challenge win, it just immediately sets up like a gender divide. And it's only a thing that lasts for like one segment, and the main part of it is the fucking the boys' night scene.
I was about to say licensed music.
But I mean, if you want to be technical about it, Emily is the one responsible for the boys' night scene. So shout out that.
Yeah,
I agree with most of your Emily takes. It's just the numbers in the ranking contrast is a bit significant.
Yeah,
I just think Emily. Again, I think I just feel more stronger about the positive things about Emily, and I think that her dips are only noticeable because her highs are that ridiculously high. Okay. And I think overall, when you put the puzzle together, at the end of the day, she is a 10 out of 10 character. She's awesome. Not even in my top 2 of the season, but again, this is not the time for me to drop the Katura essay.
Yeah, we'll gush about 45 another time.
Yeah, I do feel like someone who thinks 45 is the best season of the new era, but I do feel like Emily makes the pre-merge what it is, but I feel like Emily does have that steep drop off that makes it hard for me to direct her any higher.
It feels pretty much my thing.
Loves 45 so much, but still is the lowest person on the character that a lot of people say makes 45.
Yeah. All right. Let's see 19.
Number 19, we're halfway through, is Suri 2.0, Micro Suri.
That's not what I thought this was going to be.
And
it is Suri 1.0 again, and this time she
slightly worse.
She gets her fingers licked.
Her final words are her best moment.
I would say her best moment is having to choose between the Penner Alliance and the Aussie Alliance. I think that's an act.
I'd argue that's her worst moment. I do not like that Penner Suri fight at all. Like, I find that grating and annoying, and it takes up like 50% of that episode, and I thought that was her worst part of the season. But
I feel like that's the
funky you defend it.
Oh, okay. I think that's just the most time there feels like there's any like big weight to any of her decisions until we get to, of course, the infamous Final 5. So I do like that moment on the Favorites Tribe, even though like I ultimately don't like the decision she went with. Like I think she went with the more boring group of characters. But it definitely sets up the season. Mm-hmm. And then we get to the swap stuff, and we get to see her like do her magic, with Ozzy in particular.
The scenes where she has to move the damn boat, and Ozzy makes her move the stupid boat. I love that scene.
Yeah, and she saves Chet. She gets Joel out over Chet. So I guess thanks.
I don't know.
That's good.
That's a whatever.
Final 5.
That's the thing about these fans versus favorites seasons is I really just like even someone like Eric, who like I do think is like the best characterized fan and probably the best character of the season, but it's just so needlessly malicious to me. Like it's just all the most incompetent group of people ever to just get dunked on by like the fan favorites. It's
you don't think Jason Siska's an intelligent player in casting.
yeah, like they probably did all the tests they did on these people and were like, oh wow, these are 10 people that we would never put on a regular season.
Like,
Let's let them get
There are
dunked
10
on by our
people that
favorites.
Ozzy can beat at Survivor.
Like,
Yeah.
you put Chet and Kathy on this tribe.
Yeah, and Kathy had been deep in casting before and not chosen, and she probably was not chosen because they were like, oh, well, this character is going to have a miserable time. And
like the only person I think that comes across well out of the fans is Alexis.
Yeah,
I think Tracy maybe.
Maybe. It's some weird stuff, but yeah, I really just don't have much to say about Micronesia Suri. Like, it kind of, the format change at the end is jarring. Like, I love a final two, but it is jarring because it feels kind of unnatural. Because they obviously were not playing.
So bad. That episode was really, really bad.
But like I think what Suri makes it on Suri's good because of the huge moment she gets on the Aussie Blindside, the other Aussie related episode, and obviously the Arab food. Like, she is a major driver of the season in a positive direction, unless you're gonna make the bootless poison argument, which I don't really make here.
I think with Suri too, I do make it. She's one of the few characters who I'm like, yeah, she's bootless poison.
Yeah, she enables both Ambers to be in the final two. So shout out Suri.
Amanda's not. I'll defend her for Amanda at some point.
Yeah. Anything else about Suri's time in Micronesia?
Nope. All I'll say is I'm guessing we're not going to be talking about Suri's first version for quite a while.
I just think we're at a point where I think all of these characters are actually really good. Like, I'd imagine you have Suri,
I'd say so.
Top 250-ish.
Yeah, all of them are good.
At least.
Yeah, she's somewhere in my 200s. So I think everyone above here is in my 200s or above range. So.
Yeah, I just thought we were going in a way more negative direction with Suri.
That's fair. She's still good. She's still Suri.
Yeah.
Back across the ocean. I love that as well.
Great moment. All right.
Yeah, she has the shine. 18.
18. Ooh, is a very cautious.
All over
I
the
have to
board.
imagine this
Coach
highest standard
Wade.
deviation. This is really funny. For context, Coach Wade 3.0, Coach the South Pacific iteration. We have Mike as the highest on him, 8. Then Mana at 10. Then Lights at 14. Then Funky at 20. Then me, very far and away the lowest at 37. And I feel like I should explain that. There's been kind of a South Pacific renaissance I've seen, especially a coach, South Pacific coach renaissance, and I just don't agree with it. Coach 3 is a character who I see the appeal of. I see the appeal where it's like, oh, he's like confident, he plays, this manipulator, this religious manipulator, but he can't stop being coach. And I see the appeal of it, but as with pretty much everything on South Pacific besides Ozzy, who I do think is executed well, it's just not presented in a way that I find particularly interesting, or I think it's actively presented in a way that makes the story worse. With Coach specifically, my issue is the sheer number of game body confessionals that he gets that could be delivered by anyone. He could be delivered by Spencer Bledsoe or Charlie Davis, and it would be the exact same thing. These confessionals are not inherently more interesting because they are delivered by Coach. It's the exact same thing. It's the exact same content. It's frankly delivered with the exact same tone. A lot of the time, Coach on the season barely feels like Coach. He feels like generic alpha male strategy gamebot narrator number 480. Like, that's a lot of what Coach's content on South Pacific is. The good stuff is good, but the bad stuff is numerous, and it really drags down the season. And I guess the reason I have him so low, third to last, is simply because of the missed potential, and I think he really just drags down the season. If you replace I just do not find this iteration of Coach compelling, even though he should be. But it's South Pacific, and of course they're gonna run it.
And I've always said for South Pacific is a better season to talk about than to watch.
It's so much better to talk about than this one.
I feel like people connect the dots that aren't always shown on the television screen.
I agree.
And
Yeah. Coach and
But
Sophie
I-
are the biggest, are my biggest problems with this, or biggest examples of that, where it's just like the ideas of them are super cool, but in execution, man, it's just not there. I'm sorry, I just do not see it there with Coach 3. And with Sophie, I see it when she gets screen time, she just doesn't get enough screen time for it to matter, and yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my soapbox coach drop.
All right, Coach. I like Coach. I don't think he's like amazing because there are those problems you do mention. But I think a lot of his content does make sense in like the. I think a lot of it is centered around his relationship with Brandon Hans. Is a divisive character to say the least, and I have my issues with Brandon, but I think Coach is better because, like, I don't think he has the issues Brandon does with like Michaela. I guess it's like Coach is kind of playing the mentor dad role in this, and it's a really interesting dynamic to see someone like Coach in, and like that all peaks in the Brandon Hans boot episode, which is the best episode of the season.
I agree. That part is it's very good. It's very, very good. But I agree with that.
It's like an interesting, like psychological kind of like thought process that is very, very interesting.
Yeah, I have been curious.
I would find it way less interesting if it wasn't, of all people, Coach doing this, but it is Coach, and I think that that's only a plus, especially considering the context of his last 2 seasons. I think the fact that he's, basically a successful cult leader now is extremely interesting, and he is so good in the finale.
Oh, the Ozzy moments, the like when he talks to Ozzy. I think that's the love. No, that's Brandon Hans too. That's the loved ones visit. The cult leader stuff really comes to play with Cochrane, where he's like he's convinced Cochrane that like he gets a confessional where he's convinced Cochrane like the weak will become strong, the nerd becomes the man, and that's a lot of Coach's whole mantra in like Tocantins, and it's like it comes through here where he's selling what he used to believe, like in a salesman cult leader kind of way.
It is very compelling.
And of
He
course,
is a
Final
character.
Tribal.
Oh yeah, where Sophie really just calls him, her
He
bitch.
calls him a little
like
girl.
genuinely. Yeah, like, and
That's a
it just
Sophie
all
moment.
falls apart. The hypocrisy, it comes crashing down, and that is nice and cathartic. Especially watching it live was one of the more cathartic moments I've had watching Survivor. Because I was not ready for the Coach revisionism of him being a great player, and especially because I was just so sick of returnees at the time. So we had so many. We had Boston Rob, all dominate the last season. It seemed like the pattern was going to be these Redemption Island captain seasons, and Sophie just bitch stomping Coach at the end was really just curb stomp the fuck out of him, and it was very nice. To me, South Pacific is a season I do want to revisit now, just where I'm personally at in my life, and a lot of the movies and art I have been digesting have been more like I'm a bigger fan of like Scorsese now than I ever have been, and there's a lot of movies with his Catholic upbringing and my Catholic upbringing that really hit on a lot of these spiritual questions of faith, and like one of my favorite movies is Silence, and sometimes I'm like, I'm probably connecting dots that are just like in my head, but I kind of see Coach's character kind of echoed in some of that. But yeah, that's a conversation for another time. I think Coach 3.0 could be interesting, but yeah, a lot of it I just think overexposed and a lot of just game body shit that didn't have to be there. There's a good character there, and it's not fully realized. All right. Just 17?
I do think the best character of South Pacific is Brandon, though.
Oh yeah, I'd co-sign that.
I have issues. I have issues with the Michaela Wingle shit that drags him down, but mostly agree.
I can see the argument. All right, number 17.
17.
Colby 3.
Colby.
Colby Donaldson 3. Much lower standard deviation here. Mana is the highest.
Gamer.
Yeah. Survivor Rankdown
Gamer.
Colby Donaldson 3.0. Funky and Mana are the highest on him at 12, then me at 18, then Mike at 21, then Lights at 22.
Yeah.
So the average stats is 17 exactly, which is where he is here, so that's fine.
I have some issues with Colby. Mostly lack of relevance is the main issue, because Colby's
that's
still
a killer for
Colby.
him. Yeah,
Colby's still Colby. Colby still works. He's great in the premiere. The sugar stuff is kind of weird, but I ultimately come out positive on it. Getting completely bitched by Coach in the challenge is insane. But
Coach
really,
is like significantly taller than him in his defense, but like I get it. It is very funny optics wise. Like the Legend of Coach versus the Legend of Colby. Coach wins is funny.
But like through the pre-merge, he's kind of like the second wheel to Tom. And he just seemed he's like out. Like we know from post-game stuff that he was not very happy with like not being able to explore. So it makes sense that he wasn't very happy, but it's like we're getting like old man Colby. Like, oh, like did you know that Amanda and Serene know each other? It's like it's kind of just
hilarious.
It's funny, but
which is concept I like.
I wish he was more relevant. That's kind of my main gripe here.
I could dig that. Yeah, my main thing with Colby on Heroes versus Villains is I do very much enjoy the deconstruction of the legend at some point. Like his status has fallen. He never really has a strong foothold in the game. Like his senses are there where he's able to dodge some very major bullets that come his way. He's the last hero remaining. And I do think some of that is kind of his underrated good strategy moments of the game. I don't think I think some of it does kind of fall into his lap to some extent.
I think it does. And like, I think that part of his lack of relevance is like, I don't think anyone saw him as a threat in any way.
Yeah, exactly. He was kind of just brought along to the final five. Like,
and that's my problem.
Like everyone else in that final five, I mean, yeah, but
probably, yeah. But like, I think every non-Candace hero does.
Yeah. Just kind of the deconstruction of it, and the stuff with James, calling him like Superman in a fat suit, and like his hero is dead, kind of stuff. I do find very interesting, and him having to grapple with his lack of success, and even more so than that, it's like at least in All Stars, he gets taken out because he's a threat. This time, he is spared because people don't see him as a threat. And I find that very interesting, along with his old man, his grumpiness, and just overall just kind of sadness of the state of the game that he loved.
Imagine him
and Matt, we're about to watch him react to the Billie Eilish boomerang. Right?
And it's starting tribe with the man, the myth, the legend, RZ Judy, Riz God, baby.
Yeah. And of course his Colby's Last Stand.
Oh
yeah,
Treasure.
I'm calling it now. I'm calling it. Rizzo and Colby are going to be #1 allies.
What's up?
Are they going to be in a secret alliance?
Oh gosh. I'm going to talk about my small issues with Colby before Funky. You're about to mention his last confessional, which absolutely we should bring up here. But really, the edit of Heroes vs. Villains, I think also drags Colby down a bit. Like by all accounts, there's some really good Colby and Jerry footage just left on the cutting room floor, and I think that really just sucks.
Yeah,
just knowing that footage is out there, or it's probably been deleted at this point. But knowing that footage existed at one point, we didn't see it. It's just kind of a bummer, and just kind of a bummer is the Colby Donaldson 3.0 story. And yeah, that's my thing. But Funky, yeah, you should definitely talk about his last confessional because that's just great.
Yeah, that last confessional, I know that's the moment where Colby 3 clicks for a lot of people, but I do genuinely think it is really really good. You know, his kind of final stand, his final plea. You know, he takes that dramatic pause. But, you know, Colby, I think it, you know, as we'll sing his praises later, is one of the greatest talkers in Survivor. And I very much like his last moments where it almost seems like there are times where Russell is seriously considering it. You know, especially, you know, he had that weird side alliance with Rupert and Colby for a little bit that
One of
didn't
my
last
favorite
very long.
alternate scenarios to imagine is who wins in Rupert, Colby, Russell final three. Like
Colby.
and I think it's
Yeah.
very close. I think it's very close between Rupert and Colby. I would just love to. I just want to see that world.
I think
And
there
I
are
think there's a universe
think-
where that happens
I just
too.
don't
Is
know
the
how-
crazy
I-
part.
If Barbie doesn't win immunity at 6, there's a very real chance it happens.
I do think it winds up being Colby just off of the notion that it's like,
Do you want to give Rupert another million also?
Yes.
yeah, just
Always.
off the notion that it's like, we really better be out here letting Rupert
Losing
win
to
Survivor.
Rupert. Yeah. Like, do we really want to lose Survivor to fucking Rupert?
Always.
The only reason I come back.
Yeah. The downer stuff, like I understand, but I think that's a positive for the season. I think it's interesting to see someone that, you know, from early on in the show having to deal with this and how he responds. So shout out to Colby 3.
Shout out to Colby 3. All right, number 16.
All right, let's do it.
Number 16 from one of our oldest contestants to one of our newest ones, Savannah Louie 1.0, who we just saw win Survivor 49.
Tres Leches Alliance.
We're mostly in agreement on her. Mike has her at 13. I have her at 14. Lights and Mana have her at 17. Then Funky has her at 22. When we were talking earlier about how D like set precedent that was later followed up on, I think, Mike, I'm guessing you and I were both talking about Savannah.
Yes.
Savannah, I think is, yeah. I actually, weirdly enough, have Savannah lower than D, mostly because I think D set the precedent. I kind of appreciate that, but I do think that Savannah's probably better. The way she executed, love the fact that she wins with the edge she gets, where I think MC just calls her evil at one point. I think that's hilarious. Big fan of someone winning with that confessional given about them. She's cool, great speaker, very
refreshing as a winner.
Very refreshing as a winner. So far and away my number one for 49. Pretty much the only thing that made the 49 post-merge watching for me. Savannah 1 is cool. I'm excited to see her back.
Yeah, that's where
I said what I need to say on the podcast a few weeks back when we recapped the season. The one thing I didn't mention is just that I really like the way she pronounces Survivor. She just says Survivor. It's fun.
Savannah has an edge to her that I don't think they allow many new era castaways to have. My main reason why she can't be any higher for me is, oh my gosh, there's just no one she can bounce off with well. The closest is probably like Jawan, sadly enough. And those are the only scenes where he's good. Really.
I think
some of the Sage stuff I like more than others, but you can obviously see there is a grit there. You can see her rubbing people the wrong way. I echo what we were saying earlier, where it was really cool that we saw winners' warts, which is something I feel like they actively try to hide nowadays. But yeah, you know, Survivor, the core of it to me is how these people react with one another. And there's just not much for Savannah to do. Like, her big personal story is the fucking Steven. And like, we never really saw them interact beforehand. And it's just like, why the fuck should I care?
Steven barely reacts to it too. It's like awkward.
Yeah.
That's probably her worst scene, or it's the forced newscaster impression scene.
That's really bad, yeah.
Neither of those are that bad.
The thing with Savannah and the whole villains thing, this is generally the point I've been wanting to make about her. She is not the kind of casting choice Probst has been a fan of for the last several years. He's like, yeah, we don't want villains. We don't want villains anymore. We don't want villains anymore. This is a family show. Then Savannah happened, and Probst is suddenly like, yeah, I take it back. And the fact that she wins with the edit she has, being like fully embraced and loved by production, bones and all. We talk about characters like having like Russell or Tony having a lot of negative influence on the franchise. I think Savannah is going to be a character that has a lot of positive influence on the Survivor franchise.
That's
I think
hard
she
to,
is.
yeah.
That's just more of a prediction / possible wishful thinking.
I
But
appreciate the hopium. I very much appreciate
I
that.
love
it
hopium.
is hopium, but I really think that Savannah is very, very good for this show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope so. I don't have as much reason to be as positive and optimistic as you, but like I did like Savannah, and I hope to see more characters in that vein, surrounded by good characters.
All right,
That's
number 15.
I mean, that's what I mean.
Yep.
You know, if 51 has like 4 or 5 people being embraced for their conflict causing instead of one, you know, that is very much a good sign.
Yeah, let's hope.
Yeah.
To number 15 we go.
Number 15 is Micro Ozzy, another character we're pretty much all in agreement on. I'm actually surprised. I thought I'd be the highest on him, but I'm actually the second highest on him here. Mike has him at 19, Lights at 18, Mon at 16, then me at 15, and Funky at 11 for Micro Nisha Ozzy. Yeah, Ozzy's good, man.
Ozzy's really good.
Ozzy 2 is so good. I really, really like Ozzy.
I think this is
the best character
Ozzy.
there.
But we haven't seen Ozzy 3 yet in this list, but I personally think Ozzy 2 is way better. I think he has more to play off of. Because Savai is I do not like Savai. Even though I may like Cochran more than some, I still have him like well into the bottom half. Ozzy 2 works off of Sari, the whole thing with Amanda, and then Alexis.
His final tribal council speech.
Yes.
Hilarious.
That speech is awesome. That speech is so
awesome.
good.
He's so head over heels with Amanda, and she's just probably not.
He's so fantastically douchey this season.
I like the conspiracy. Yeah, I like the conspiracy theory that Ozzy only gave that speech because he thought Amanda was about to win $1 million. I really like the conspiracy theory. That's my favorite conspiracy theory. That I don't know if it has a basis, but I find it very funny.
This is just the most Ozzy we get. Like when I think of Ozzy, this is what I think of.
Yeah, I could see that. Like, to me, I guess now there's a fifth appearance. I always kind of think of Ozzy in two halves. I think of Kid Ozzy and Adult Ozzy. And Kid Ozzy are those first two Ozzy, Cook Islands and Micro. And Adult Ozzy are, I guess, now these last three that we've seen: South Pacific, Game Changers, and now in the hands of the fans. This is just pure. I got to. That's what they named the damn season.
In the hands of the fans, Ozzy is. Also, can we talk about the fact that Ozzy in the 50 content we're seeing, Ozzy looks old as hell.
That mullet.
I didn't want to mention this before, but yeah, Ozzy has aged very badly since Game Changers.
Well, I think it's the haircut.
It is kind of crazy because I met Ozzy after 50 filmed, and he looks about 10 years younger now than he did like 6 months ago.
I was gonna say, I think maybe these may just like had a bad couple of weeks leading into 50, but he looks rough compared to how he done Game Changers and pretty much any other content I've seen him in.
I think it's 100% the haircut. Like,
yeah, it'll be curious to see as the season goes on what he looks like. But yeah, those promos are a little bit rougher than I was assuming. But you know, he's older, so it's not like I judge him for it. Yeah, Micro Ozzy is a lot of fun. He's at his peak douchiness. Like, I think he let the celebrity of it get to his head. Like he was dating Lindsay Lohan, I think, after fucking Cook Islands. So he had a head on him that was way bigger than his abilities, it felt like. And has one of the great blind sides. I like his blind side more than Eric's.
I do as well. I completely agree. I think the Aussie boot is the peak of micro. It's where it all clicks.
It is fucking awesome.
It's so good.
Micro is a season I would define as being just pretty fun the entire way through. And it really all culminates in just, I mean, I would say the Aussie boot and the Eric boot are like on the same level for me, but
we get to see Ozzy, hang out with topless women again. Shower with them. It's great. It's like what what you want to see with Ozzy. That village scene is very fun. And Ozzy, no wonder why he thinks he's the fucking coolest person in the world sometimes.
Ozzy too.
I love these stories. Yeah. I love these stories about kind of just like the hubris of man. And I think Ozzy in Micronesia and in Raiders, we'll see in South Pacific, I think are really good stories about that.
Yeah. I think we've
and the fucking stick.
Ozzy.
Yeah.
Ozzy too.
He
made the fucking stick. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. But yeah. Ozzy, Glad we're all high on Ozzy too. He's great. All right, 14?
14 we go.
Hey, speaking of Ozzy.
Oh, there we go.
Ozzy
in South Pacific.
This is a funky rating.
Ozzy!
It's been a while.
Yeah. I guess I really lifted the boost on Ozzy. I'm kind of surprised because I think in the greater community I'm lower on Ozzy 3 than most people. But I guess in this group I'm like higher. But yeah, I think a lot of it is just some of my favorite characters in Survivor suffer. And that might sound kind of mean to say. But I think there's something just so naturally interesting about people that go through these significant trials and tribulations. And Ozzy 3 is someone that looks like he should have it all, but every time he does something, it just ends up not working out. He gets so close. He gets backdoor. Even like Savai, I don't think is that interesting of a tribe, but they undermine Ozzy. Like they vote out his girl, and he feels that sting of betrayal. Cochran flips on him. He goes to it after he goes to Redemption Island in place of Cochran too. So it's that double betrayal. You see his struggle on Redemption Island and just him getting so damn close to winning and not. I do think he is a fairly compelling figure in South Pacific. I don't think he's like an all-time great figure, but I think this is the best we get of Ozzy. And like I mentioned, this is like kind of adult Ozzy to me. Even though like you can maybe say technically he played better on Cook Islands or something like that, but this is Ozzy with a little bit more of a head on him, a little bit more measured. He has some of that cocky angst to him, but it's mostly it's chilled out and matured a bit. And but you still see it through his time on Redemption Island and some of his interactions with Cochran and his beautiful acting performance for Revenge, basically.
Yeah. I completely agree with all that. Just you touched on this a bit. Ozzy 3 on Redemption Island is legitimately compelling. He's the only reason that across 3 seasons he is by far the best person to ever be on Redemption Island. Watching Ozzy just on Redemption Island is almost like breathtaking and like soothing in a way. Just watching him just kind of fish and just dominate in his own element, and it's just really kind of cool scenes. And I agree that this is the best. This is the best we've get of Ozzy across 4 seasons. I think I'm generally higher on Ozzy than most people, but an Ozzy 3 is where it all comes together, where it's just really kind of cool. He's just a good speaker. The stuff he goes through is interesting, as you mentioned, like kind of the hubris as he just kind of falls. He gets so close, but doesn't quite get there, and he's just very, very compelling. And he has a bunch of interesting stuff when it comes to everyone else coming to Redemption. His stuff with Cochran on Redemption is far and away the best that Cochran is.
He has a bunch of his stuff with Brandon, like right after Brandon gets voted out, in, like just this heartbreaking way, and Ozzy is there to just kind of comfort him and like really help him come to terms with it. He makes a lot of characters better. Something I do value in a Survivor character is, are they able to make their castmates better? And I think Ozzy does that. He does that on Micro too, but he very much does on South Pacific. He's a very unique figure too. There's no quite like South Pacific Ozzy, and I think he is executed really well. And big fan of Ozzy 3.
Yeah,
and
I think my main drawback, besides the points you guys have made, is I don't love early Ozzy. Like on Savai, he doesn't have much to work with other than his Cochrane scenes. Like, I think the relationship I remember most is Elise, and that's not great. That's not a great sign, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I do find it interesting, just the flip of Upolu being disappointed they had Coach, but then rallying behind him, and then Savi being psyched they have Ozzy, and then ultimately betraying him. Like Ozzy is almost like a Jesus-like figure in this season. If Coach is the the religious cult leader, Ozzy is the actual deity being betrayed, and but still coming back and comforting people on their way out, and walking them and giving them fish. And,
this dude really gets voted out 3 times in one season.
Yeah, a little silly.
He has pigtails on the jury bench, and I find that funny.
Cute. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Let's
for
see
Ozzy.
13.
Number 13, 2/3 of the way through is. Speaking of a challenge beast, Jonathan Young 1.0.
You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. It's Jonathan.
There's Jay-Z.
We're all pretty even on, or actually very big deviation on Jonathan. Mana has the highest at 7, then Mike at 11, then Funky at 15, me at 17, and Lights at 20.
Jonathan is an absolute blast of a character, just the full way through. Like he does get his dark scenes, which I do feel like brings that depth to him, and I feel like he's just the deconstruction of the golden boy archetype from the 30s that dominated the era. I feel like he's a character that feels like he shows off all the character traits of the golden boys, but then you have like the scenes where he's being just a complete asshole to women, or the infamous scene at the Tory boot, obviously,
where he does he says some no things.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like with a lot of the golden boy characters,
kind of snitching on himself. And I feel like Jonathan is really just such a needed deconstruction of the golden boy archetype, because it's basically coming off a half a decade of Joe, who is just such a whitewashed. He's so
Joe Anglem
kind of edit. And, meanwhile, we know now that Joe Anglem is a horrible fucking person.
For some stuff on the island.
They give Jonathan his bones and all, showing him kind of not really being a good guy a lot of the time. And I think his overall character arc is really strong. Something I do like about Jonathan in his initial hero phase, I mean, obviously, I would say the tide starts turning on Jonathan once he starts getting annoyed with Marianne. But there's 2 things I want to point out before that. One is obviously that challenge performance. Holy shit!
Might be the most impressive challenge.
Impressive.
He fights the ocean and wins.
Yeah, by himself, while 2 tribes couldn't do it together. Like, come on.
He was so good that production literally just had to pull everyone else out, and they just gave that tribe the win. But also, I really like his relationship with Omer, and how they bonded over their religious differences. Because Jonathan is a devout Christian and Omer is a devout Muslim, and the fact that episode 2, those scenes on that tribe are literally just like the 2 of them explaining their differences to one another and really just embracing each other and broing out over it, like, that's great.
Yeah, Jonathan is one of those characters that I think makes everyone who interacts with him better. And those are important. Like you were saying, I think the best Omer scenes are Jonathan adjacent. I think the best Marianne scenes. I think the best Lindsay scenes. Some of the best Mike scenes are all Jonathan adjacent.
Jonathan makes again. I'm higher on Lindsay than most people, and she really is what she is because of Jonathan.
Yeah, she's able to. They have the challenge rivalry, but then we also get to hear through that, like her talk about how she feels when Jonathan talks to her, and yeah, it is quite refreshing that they showed a lot of the warts on this character. That I think there's plenty of versions of season 42 where they just whitewash the fuck out of him. And
Yeah, 10 seasons like in the 10 seasons prior, every other season I feel like they would have completely whitewashed Jonathan. And I really appreciate how they showed off all those problems. Although I do feel like it might be because I feel like it's hard to sugarcoat it with that Tory boot tribal. But like,
yeah,
Yeah.
I guess you can't really edit that out. That's a great point.
And also, I will additionally add, they don't edit him like that if he's on 2 seasons before that. They don't edit him like that if he's on 2 seasons after that, which if not for some of the other casting choices on 50, I would not have high hopes for him at all on 50.
Yeah. I'm curious on how it'll work. Like, I think he is, like, on paper, the most interesting new era choice to bring back. I just don't know if they still have the same balls to, show the warts of him and, take him that direction.
With Savannah, I think there's definitely potential that we'll get the complex Jonathan that we all liked on 42.
Yeah. I hope so. I think those are kind of different kinds of warts, but they are warts nonetheless.
No, the fact they didn't show the Jawan and like Christina and the MC race things on 49, that concerns me. Because
that's a great point, actually.
Savannah's warts are not. She's a bad person. She's just kind of not very nice to people.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jonathan's examines his biases. It examines you're right. It's a whole different kinds of warts and that actually you sold me on that. I completely forgot about the kind of behind the scenes stuff with 49, how there were a lot of discussions on race and racial biases that are not on the season. Yeah.
All right, number 12.
Genuinely refreshing character in my top 100.
Yeah. Let's see number 12.
Let's see number 12. Number 12 is our final Aubrey. Aubrey won. Runner up and go wrong. Mana is the lowest on her at 23. Then Mike at 15. Funky at 9. Ram me at 8. Lights at 7.
She could have been perfect. Her story is perfect. I'm just not big on her confessional style. I will specifically point out that I think specifically the Oregon Trail confessional is not good. I don't like it at all, and I think
that's ground zero for New Era.
It's yup.
For Perma Fiji.
Aubrey has a near perfect story. It's just Aubrey herself plants a lot of the seeds for a lot of the negative aspects of Perma Fiji.
Yeah, I feel like Aubrey's arc is like an amazing arc. I feel like without the future of the show, I feel like Aubrey would be much higher for me, but I feel like she does so much lasting damage to the show as a whole. I feel like she is like a catalyst almost of why the show is the way it is now, and I feel like I just cannot overlook that.
I don't necessarily agree. Like I don't.
Also don't. Agreed.
I think it's like, yeah, she does the analogy thing, but she's not the first person to do analogies, and she's definitely not the last. And her analogies are good. They're not Stephen Ram talking about kangaroos. They're like, I think this is just how she is, and they're genuinely pretty good. They're like, I don't know, like the Oregon Trail one is like, it's pretty decent. She has like some about like birthday cakes or like NBA players, which makes sense since Scott's there, but like I think they're all pretty solid, and I think the analogy thing is pushed by Jeff Probst more than anyone.
I mean, I was kind of talking about the analogies, but that wasn't really my focus in that topic. I do feel like the final tribal is something that we kind of have, the elephant in the room we have to discuss. I feel like that,
they'll
like the
fall back
general
from that.
reaction and the fallout from Michelle beating her is kind of one of the catalysts that led to the more like demonization of the social element of the game being prominent as it is. I feel like Aubrey's loss against Michelle is kind of what a major catalyst that leads to, and the reaction following it is a major catalyst that leads to like people demonizing the idea of bringing up what you're going to do with the money and that sort of thing. I feel like it's kind of one of those things that led to the overall strategification of the Perma Fiji era.
Yeah, the really like homogenization of Survivor. I think you're on the money that a lot of it stems from the reaction of Aubrey losing. We see immediate, game design changes that happen after Aubrey loses. We get the final tribal council open discussion. We get later on the fire making challenge, this and that. But yeah, I try to, when I think of these characters, bring back the first time I watched them, because Aubrey is someone who, like, in retrospect, there are things where it's like, oh, I wish that didn't happen. But when I first watched Korong, and when I watched it again, if I give myself the tunnel vision of just focusing on the season, I think it's has a fairly compelling story, and I think they show enough of why she loses. I don't think it's like, sometimes when someone loses, I do have to be like, huh, that's a bit of a mystery. I think they dropped the ball. I don't, maybe they could have done more to prop up Michelle and show why Aubrey would lose, but I think there's enough there that made me think, oh yeah, no, they kind of view Aubrey a certain way, and they're not as impressed with the gameplay stuff, and she's made a few pretty big social blunders that she won't be able to recover from, and that's just how it fell.
My thing with Korong is that I've always just felt way more compelled by Thai.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
I'm just a big Thai fan.
I mean, yeah, obviously Ty's better, but I don't think that makes Aubrey bad. And I think Aubrey...
Oh, it doesn't.
And like she does have multiple good interactions with Ty as well. So it's like, I think that boosts her, if anything.
And Joe.
Joe.
Shout out Joe Del Campo.
More beef.
Yeah.
Shout out to Joe Del Campo. Very cool.
Shout out to Joe Biden.
Oh yeah, same guy.
Pretty much the same person. If you think
they're pretty similar.
Bro, they have fucking Obama and Biden on that.
Yeah.
Was that? Do you
Both
think that
Catholic.
was an intentional thing? Do you think that they did that intentionally?
No,
They just
I don't think
they
so.
just got
I think
they got a guy that looks like Obama and a guy that looks like Joe Biden, and they put them on the same.
I do not think that Joe Del Campo actually looks
like
like Joe Biden.
Other than the fact they're both old men
named Joe.
Named Joe, I don't think there's a lot of stuff. And work for the government as well. So,
folks, America's a nation that can be defined in a single word: eating.
Oh, jeez. All right, let's go ahead and go to number 11.
I've gone through this here. Number 11 is Heroes versus
Coach
Villains.
Heroes versus Villains.
Mike is the highest on him at 7, then Lights at 9,
yeah.
then me at 12, Funky at 13, Mana's lowest at 18.
I mean, the
Imagine
real
Coach
deal
and
with
Jerry
Coach,
again.
the real deal.
Funny.
But we have fucking Aubrey. Anyways, the real kicker that like makes Coach 2 a way deeper character than you'd expect is the scene with him and Tyson after Sandra just like bullies the shit out of him at Tribal.
Yeah, that is a phenomenal scene.
Mhm.
It's Tyson's only good moment on the season, but that that gives him like a few hundred spots for me because it is just such a good scene.
So good.
Where
That
Coach
bunny
is
feathers in your hair.
he's confronted by it looks like he almost has this like just ego death, or his reality is shattered for a second. It seems he seems so fucking heartbroken that he's not respected by the tribe, and Sandra went in on him fucking hard. And Tyson kind of gives him a reality check, and this is mainly established in Tocantins, but Tyson loves playing into the delusions of Coach. So it is kind of meaningful that, Coach comes to Tyson, as like a real friend, and Tyson is willing to, break those delusions for Coach and, spell it out. And I also think it's funny that it doesn't last that long. I think Coach goes back to
Coach goes back to being
doing his
Coach.
shit.
Within the same episode.
Dragon Slayer Chi.
And then,
he has a confessional where he calls himself one of a kind, like King Arthur. He references Confucius. Like
his Martin Luther King confessional is fucking insane. Where he does the quote, and he compares. He's like, Martin Luther King said, "The true measure of a man is not what he does at times of ease and relative peace. It's what he does under times of distress and doing what's right." And it's like, if we believe, Randy will be here tomorrow. Or some shit like that. He votes out Randy anyways. It's like, what the fuck?
Jane says it's to vote out Randy Bailey.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, you say this about fucking Randy, bro. Like, out of all the people, like Randy's maybe one of the most sus people to be on the show, especially in it's not a guy I'd be compared to Martin Luther King Jr. Oh man.
Coach, I also love when he's like kind of in the middle, specifically at the Boston Rob vote, and then he goes to hug Boston and Rob, and he's like, "You're a little man."
That is my favorite.
It's so
Rob
pathetic from Coach.
Probably after Marquesas. I think that one line is my favorite Rob moment in any season after Marquesas.
It's so good, and Coach is being such a fucking fence sitter. It's insane.
He votes for Courtney at that tribal.
He's begging everyone. He's like, "Can we please just get along and vote out the weakest person?" And they're like, "No, draw a fucking line, Coach." And he takes the pussy way out, and it's very interesting.
And then no one respects him, and he's voted out next.
Yeah, because Sandra completely fucking throws him under the bus again, but this time to Russell. Yeah, and that's pretty fun. I think Coach on Heroes versus Villains is my favorite Coach. I think we get probably because there's so many other big personalities that it can't just be the Coach show. But he is still a leading character while he's there and has a lot of great interactions. Rob and Sandra get a lot of great digs at him. I love their bet on if Coach will be able to climb that tree. They're like, I know one guy that's stupid enough to try it.
Because Rob tries it first, and it's like the villains are so fun. Like they're just having fun.
We've talked a decent amount on this podcast about like kind of deconstructions, with Colby and then with Jonathan. And I think Coach is Coach 2.0 is an example of a deconstruction kind of himself. This is the first, Tocantins Coach was this complete wild card who like no one had ever really seen. And then Coach 2, like people know who he is and they don't really like it and they think he's kind of a joke. And watching him deal with that, we were talking about this stuff with the Tyson team, but it's like we get a lot more complexity out of Coach 2 in only a few episodes. We get more complexity here than we do in all of Tocantins. I think, I still have Tocantins coach above Heroes vs. Villains coach, but I certainly see the argument that we get more interesting stuff and we get more compelling and complex coach here on Heroes vs. Villains than we do in Tocantins. So yeah, I'm a big fan of him.
Yeah.
Coach 1 is insanely good, but
Coach.
Yeah, I've Coach 1
spoiler,
above him, but like I said, I see the argument that he's.
I mean, spoiler alert. Coach 1.0 is my number 1 of all time.
I agree.
Yeah, and we'll get. So let's get to 10.
Top 10, baby.
Top 10, baby.
Oh, Chrissy 1.0. Okay, so rankings here. Mike is lowest on her 18, Mana 15, then Funky and Lights at 10. Then I'm the highest on her at 5. And
should have lost to Devin.
Yeah, I'm gonna start this off because I just finished the Heroes Healers Hustlers rewatch recently, and Chrissy is fucking great. There are 3 scenes back to back to back that I think really encapsulate just how perfectly annoying Chrissy is. So first, she has this scene. This is all in the merge episode. She has a scene like before the merge happens where she gives that confessional of I am dominating the social game, and I love the fact that someone says that completely unironically. Then
I was gonna comment that because that's a scene that stuck out to me at the time, and that it was played for us to laugh at her. Well, I think nowadays we get scenes like that are played completely fucking straight.
Yeah, and that's
but yeah, continue your thing. I was going to bring that up too.
No, you're completely right. That's what she's so refreshing. And then the merge happens, and like we can see a scene where it's like, aren't you like, and like Jeff's handing out the buffs, and Chris says, "Have you ever seen the people at a merge so happy, just like this, so over eagerness? It's so fucking, it's so annoying. I would hate to play Chris. It's so fake.
Yeah,
it's so fake. And then about 10 minutes later, there's a merge phase happening, and then Chrissy gets professional where she says, "You know, I've never been on a tribe with Joe before, and I'm really glad about that because Joe fucking sucks." And it's like, gosh, I love that this is the same person. Like, she is an absolute blast to watch. Just a complete lack of self-awareness in anything she does. She seems like I was talking about this recently in Discord. She's this perfect combination of awkward and arrogant that makes every single person interacting with her and be like, "Wow, I don't like this." She's annoying. I say annoying with all the love in the world. I say I rank her at 5. The 4 I have ranked above her are like really good characters. I have Chrissy well in my top 100. I think she's so much fun to watch. Just bother the shit out of people. She's a quote machine. Just so many little things where she says, "It's like, why did you say that, Chrissy? What prompted you to say something like that? That's just so mean." And it's like
the shit about Ben's wife.
There's something about Ben's wife, but then at one point, like it's after the Joe boot, and like Chrissy's confronting Ben, and like Ben says, like, "Don't mother me, Chrissy." And Chrissy's like, "I'm not mothering you, Ben. I'm not a jerk to my kids." And it's like, oh, thank you. Like, such a refreshing casting choice. She's so much fun. We get absolutely pink. I'm so excited for her on 50. Chrissy. Sorry, I just inspired. She's awesome. I love
the fact that no one in her cast wants to talk about her.
That's like 7 years later, Brandon Dunley could not get someone to do a podcast about her. Like every jury like interview suggests that they hated her. I am fascinated by she's just so I could probably do like a 30-minute rant about just why I love Chrissy one point. She's so
one
good.
Of the
I
most
love her.
revealing things about Chrissy to me is at that final tribal council. Joe says something, but I forget exactly what it was, but something about the social game. And Chrissy quickly responds, "Oh, I know that you're afraid of attachment, and that's why you never got married, this, and that," as like a reason why she knows Joe.
Names off facts. And Cole got 34 on his ACT.
Yes.
It's just stone cold facts. It's like, it's not actually getting to know someone. It's knowing statistics.
She treats it like she's like a checklist. Yeah. She's like, "Okay, I learned this fact about this person. That was a great social game. That was okay. I learned this about Ryan. Okay, I learned this about Devin. Boom, boom, boom. Gosh, I'm dominating the social game."
Yeah, and
awesome.
you know, at the time when I watched Heroes versus Healers versus Hustlers, it felt like almost a parody of Survivor in a lot of ways. And I thought Chrissy was kind of the parody of that kind of character. And that was a big reason I actually did enjoy Heroes versus Healers versus Hustlers. And, you know, even though the Ben shit at the end was like ridiculously stupid, it was very satisfying that Chrissy lost to me. Like, it made all the sense in the world that Chrissy lost to me, even though, you know, the Ben shit seemed so fucking rigged. But it was like, dude, are you really going to vote for fucking Chrissy or Ryan?
I mean,
final.
You'd rather her lose to Devin. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, absolutely, I would.
That end is weird, but I like that she loses.
Her speech at Final Tribal, where it's like, moms are not only heroes, but also healers and hustlers.
She like really believes that
she's a parody.
She like she's like a financial actuary who firmly buys into the idea that she's a hero. Like pretty much everyone, like Ben's like, oh no, you know, I'm not a hero. JP's like, nah. It's like, nah. Chrissy believes she's a hero. Chrissy sees she's a hero. She's like, hell yeah, I'm with the people. This is what I deserve.
You can feel proud of me as the winner of your season.
Hashtag Mom Squad.
That's awesome. I need to rewatch it. I think I have Chrissy too low. A lot of it is just because she loses to fucking Ben instead of Devin.
Yeah. I feel like Chrissy would be a better character if she just lost to a different person.
Yeah. That's fair.
One of her first things that really shows it's her saying, I'm outsmarting Miss Smart Pants. It's like,
yeah, that is among my favorite quotes of her.
Oh god.
Wish she was voting out someone more interesting than fucking Rourke, but like, I mean, you know,
Rourke is really bad.
Rourke is a role filler.
No, Rourke sucks. I'm sorry.
Shouldn't have been cast, but like, she is at the end of the day just like an irrelevant pre-merger.
No, she's actively bad.
I also like Chrissy like actively fighting someone for an idol. Like
she like
that whole wrestling scene. Yeah, like if we have to get idol content, it should be shit like that.
I'm killing the social game.
Yeah, you're killing the social game. I'm just gonna attack one of my.
What does Savannah do?
My favorite.
Does she tackle her? No, I don't think Savannah's big enough to tackle MC.
Yeah, that should be all idol content. Is them like physically fucking fighting for it. Like, if
they should bury it in the sand in one of those digging challenges and say. Wait, that's a great spot to hide an idol. Like, it's
or under a plate of spaghetti.
Dude, that was also weird.
See, that's the thing. It's almost beyond parody to me. That's like Heroes versus Healers versus Hustlers. It gives me the same sensation of watching Ashton Kutcher 2.5 Men. Like,
I mean, even the name of the season itself is so dumb.
It's so fucking dumb.
It's the worst.
But like, it kind of works because
it works because
it's the
this
worst
season as a whole. I do think is also quite good, but like Chrissy is the main reason why.
Oh wait, let's.
All right, number 9.
Number 9.
Let's do it.
Number 9
is Jenna Lewis 1.0.
Oh,
that is.
I'm surprised she's so slow, even though I'm close on her.
I am very surprised she's this low. I thought she was going to be like.
You rated her at 9.
Yeah, I thought I would be relatively low on her compared to everyone else, and I still am like a huge Jenna fan. She's awesome.
I don't have a real take on her, really, because I'm currently watching Borneo, and I'm 2 episodes in, and currently she's BB fangirl.
As all of us at home are.
As everyone is.
Like, she's the other, like, like, Gretchen has her issues with BB, but Jenna's two confessionals are, I love BB.
Hell yeah.
Well, I also love because BB lists off the hard workers in the camp and does not know Jenna's name. He's like, the girl in the pink
girl.
Bikini. Yeah,
like
young girl. Yeah,
young girl in pink bikini.
Yeah. Ramona's first white friend. They do like the awkward handshake and then Jenna slaps her ass or whatever. Yeah. There's a lot of
I think
great
Ramona's
stuff from Jenna.
friends were like, what? That's not true as well.
Yeah, I heard an interview with Ramona, and she said she went to her high school reunion, and like all of her like white friends from high school were like, "Yo, what the fuck?" She's like,
Guess who
"Damn,
it
are
was
we not
actually from?
friends?" But like, I get what Ramona means when she says that. Like, I think there is levels to it. But I think that's a pretty fun subplot. Her just being very fucking like annoying to people too. I love the
Yes.
Greg confessional where he says one time for this, two times because my ear infection's finally clearing up.
Yeah.
The
On
amount
the
of
topic
times
of
Greg
annoying
votes for
people.
her.
Yeah, she's the Energizer Bunny, like they say. She never fucking stops, and
So
I think
beautifully
that brings a
annoying.
lot of really fun moments. The picture I chose of her is one of my little favorites when they know Dr. Sean is voting alphabetically, so Jenna knows she's fucking next if the pattern stays true, and her and Colleen dress up as superheroes and say their new names are Zelda and Zoe. it's like oh, why so? Oh, for alphabetical reasons. And we there's a lot of little great Jenna moments in there, but there's also just that sense of tragedy. Like one of my favorite scenes ever. The scene I think a lot of people remember Jenna for, the not getting the
Yeah,
videotape
That
moment.
is a
that's the
really.
one.
It's a
That's an
great
all
scene.
time.
It is a
It's her
fantastic
defining
scene.
scene. It's her
Yeah,
defining
Yeah,
it's
scene.
great.
it's
It's
set up
really really great.
so well. They show all the footage of her being excited, of her practicing, like she's the one that's actively trying the hardest for it. And then it's time to do the challenge and she doesn't, there's no prize for her if she wins. And it's just emotionally devastating for, us at home, for her, for the people around her. We get the whole scene. We of course, Greg wins it, so we get the fucking incest video, which just kind of takes it in a whole different direction. Like, we're expecting something heartwarming, and we get like the freakiest shit to ever be on fucking a major network. And but then it ends, and everyone is doing their thing, and the target's still there, the bow and arrow's still there, and Jenna sadly shoots a perfect fucking bullseye. Like, oh my god, that is just what a way to frame the entire scene and to end it is
Ugh,
yeah,
Burnett.
it's some heartwarming stuff, and then
That's the kind of shit that makes Mark Burnett take a picture of himself in the editing booth and then jerk off to it.
yeah, and that's not even talking Jay for Jenna, which I think is Prope's one of his best moments as a host, was that whole the Jay for Jenna saga, and him revealing that vote for Jenna. It's a lot of
Sean is like,
fun.
what?
Yeah. If it happens one more time, there's an alliance.
Colleen's great.
Yeah. So, yep, big
Borneo's
Jenna
great.
fan. I've talked about her a lot on the Borneo podcast.
Yeah.
I can gush for hours.
Everything that we've said a lot about Jenna on this podcast before. So
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
She's my number
8.
3. I don't think we mentioned that. She's my
Yeah,
number 3 of
rankings
this.
here. Funky's the highest on her at 3, and then Mana at 8, Mike at 9, Lights at 12, and me at lowest at 16. I just didn't like. She really just did not jump out to me that much on Borneo rewatch. The spear scene is great, and the constant subplot of her being annoying is very funny. As we established, Chrissy, I'm a big fan of people whose main role is to be annoying. But yeah, she just really didn't jump out to me all that much, but she's still good. I still have her rank 16. And I have no problem with her being ranked here. She's good. But yeah, number 8.
Number 8.
8 is Stephanie LaGrossa 2.0.
Ooh.
Rankings here, Mana has her at the highest at 6, and then Funky at 7, Lights at 8, me at 13, and Mike at 14. So overall, we are all quite high.
She's still good. I like
She's
a lot
good,
of
yeah.
people. I love that they give her she basically has a heel turn, and she really doesn't do anything she does nothing different.
Yeah, the
It's just like,
circumstances are just different. I
yep.
think that is intriguingly interesting that, take the same person, do the same things, but now the circumstances are different. Now she is in a majority alliance on the winning side. Let's see how you like her now. Yeah.
This is where she
she
got the nickname Stephanie.
Yeah, Stephanie. Yeah, she has some wild and out moments on this.
There's a few things she says that I don't think would get aired today.
Yeah. Oh no.
Certain things.
Certain phrases.
Yeah. Certain
Yeah.
things that she'd say to Charlie if he talks about Taylor Swift one too many times. No, sorry.
Yeah, she
Sorry.
might look. We might see her say them again on 50.
And Bobby
she
John,
might be drunk on Instagram Live and start saying them. Who knows?
She might be drunk on Instagram Live as we speak.
You're fucking
Yeah, someone go check.
That is
no.
insane. That Stephanie has the opportunity to contentious stuff on Eliza's Patreon, and the first fucking point she makes 10 seconds into the video is "You're fucking Jewish." Like, holy shit.
Yeah, that's a crazy video. If anyone needs to seek that out, that is some wild shit in big 2025. But back to Stephanie on Guatemala.
I mean, Stephanie on Guatemala. The Stephanie in the live video is the Stephanie we get on Guatemala.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I love the scenes about how contentious food is for her. And she gets so fucking pissed off anytime when someone points out that she eats more than the others. Like, she gets in a big fucking hissy fit. Like, she completely flips on, switches up on Lydia for it. But that's a big point of contention is her and the food.
Out so good at Final Tribal.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I wish Guatemala had a stronger Final Five, but I think, her dynamics with Jamie and Judd and Bobby John are done pretty well.
I'm sobbing.
Yeah. You can get her autograph after the show. It was another great line from Gary about Stephanie. Yeah,
Gary
that
Hawkins,
was
my apologies, Gary Hawkins.
Pretty fun.
Yeah.
And I love her, as you can see by the photo I chose. I do very much love that final immunity challenge, even though it's super fucking unfair and Danny wins it because she's taller. But Stephanie is one of Survivor's all-time great strugglers, and we'll talk more about that in Palau. But oh my God, she leaves it all out to Bear, and that final immunity challenge where she's just slowly fucking sliding down, obviously in a shit ton of pain, is it's one of the rawest things I've seen on television. She just fucking collapses when she loses that.
And then Rafe is actually very good there too. But this is a Stephanie moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then, of course, Final Tribal Council, where she gives maybe the worst Final Tribal Council of all time.
It's certainly up there. She had no shot winning Hay, but my goodness, is she terrible there.
Yeah, insults multiple people. I don't even know if she meant to be insulting, but she was.
I honestly do not think there's only person she's so bad.
Yeah, I've heard before. I don't know how real this is, but I've heard before Rafe voted for Stephanie only because he didn't want Danny to be the first unanimous winner.
I think I've heard this before. I think Mario is the one who said this, so that's a source on that. I both believe it and don't believe it.
If it's Mario and Rafe,
tricky.
But I could certainly believe it, and I don't think Rafe was especially fond of Steph by the end.
Yeah, I have a lot of problems with Guatemala, and I think overall a lot of it stems from its being this returnee season, and they just cash out on Stephanie immediately after Palau. They cash out their biggest star, and she loses so spectacularly.
That much higher.
Yeah, in my all-time rating, she's lower, even though I think it's very interesting. It's just the direction the show decides to take with it, they really kind of Guatemala's a big jumping the shark season for me, and I think they kind of sold it out. And they were given an impossible task. It was a failure of a season. They had to make their fan favorite lose in a fucking landslide.
and they do a pretty good job of it too. Like they show the unlikable parts of her, even though they've erased this season from like everywhere.
Yeah.
Like
it still
like-
is so funny that of all people from this season to actually come back, it was fucking Danny on 40 of all seasons.
I mean, like
It
I
was
get
like,
it.
really?
Like I get it. Like other than like who is? I'm surprised Rafe wasn't on like
Judd.
Micronesia. Yeah, I can see it, but I feel like Rafe is the one they would have taken.
Yeah. I think Judd
But,
and
like-
Jamie are kind of just like super fucking hard to work with kind of deal.
Another thing that works against Guatemala, like from production standpoint, is that by all accounts, production was really rough there. Like it's one of the hardest seasons to film by a lot, and I think just no one from production has fond memories of it, and those feelings kind of extend to the cast as well.
Yeah, 110 degrees almost every damn day. Like,
Yeah, it looks awful. Yeah,
No water.
oh jeez, and Manioc and shit. Ugh.
yeah, really hard.
That and the lake isn't like the great. Like it's a lake. It's like a
It's
kind of
murky,
yeah.
crocodile infested. You know.
It's like it's kind of an unpleasant place. Like the pyramids are super cool, but like if there weren't pyramids there, they would have never gone there.
Very cool location. Undoubtedly extremely hard to film in, though, and really hard season to be on, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
All right, number 7.
to end with Stephanie, I love when she wins that first challenge, and she's like, "I finally am on a tribe with heart," and she grows to hate that tribe very soon afterwards. But let's go to number 7.
Oh, number 7 is. Ooh, kind of
Q.
surprising. Although I have them exactly here.
Kitty Milk!
Q. For reference, Funky and Mana are the lowest on him at 14, then me at 7, so I have him exactly where he is here. Then Lights at 6, and Mike has him all the way up at 2.
Kitty Milk!
2 is crazy, Mike.
He is,
Yeah,
dude,
that's
he
crazy
is
word.
unbelievably peak. Unbelievably peak.
He
Y'all
is
don't get
very
it. Y'all
fun.
don't see the vision.
He's
He
very
is-
fun. Oh no, I love Q.
Oh,
I
I
love
see the
Q.
vision. He just is with the 46 cast, and
He's
Yeah.
the only
I think-
reason that he's
That
the
cast-
only reason that entire cast isn't 0 out of 10. He brings good out of all of those losers.
I think he's great.
yeah, the best Tim Spicer moment.
I don't think he could thrive even as good as he is. I don't think a character could possibly be that good on that season.
I will disagree with you because I love the purple Yanu tribe, but Q is very good. I don't think anyone disagrees here. He telling Bono that he can be his Philip is like the only good thing Philip Shepard ever brought to Survivor.
Oh, jeez.
I love how a lot of the pre-merge there's so much setup for when he tries to quit in the pre-merge. It's like this is a guy who is at his core a football player, a football coach. And like
Coach.
there's yeah. He's one of 17 kids and
That should have been the entire cast.
his siblings, yeah.
Definitely would
But
have been better than the rest.
as soon as Q, fails, he feels like he's failed his team, and he feels it's his duty to take the punishment for it. And it's again, the scene where he tries to quit is incredible. Not just because it's like absolutely ridiculous and shit spirals during and after that, but just because of how honestly chilling of a moment it is for Q, because
There are a few moments.
there is a lot of like actual deep shit going on with Q besides him being just like absolutely ridiculous. I want to point out the episode once after Tiffany goes, he gets, I guess, a little less screen time, but like you can see like all of his actions the past few days just like shoot him in the face, and he's like, if I go, I go. Like he is just so clearly out of it. And I love that he is the fourth person in a row to go out with an idol in his pocket. It's just like the most grand big mistake of them all. And I love that he is simultaneously consistently principled, but also super duper hypocritical the entire way through.
Yeah. There are few moments in, I've been watching Survivor a very fucking long time, pretty much my entire life. And especially nowadays, there are very few Survivor moments that get me to sit up straight. And that Q tribal council where he tries to quit was one of them. And I love Survivor when they really try to explore the principles and ethics of a person and of the situation they're in. And Survivor, to me, is the most interesting as an ethical discussion. And Q brought that right back to the front hold with his dilemma there and his, those, quitting ideation he has there. And I think that was really, really interesting and really to view it from his different point of views. And it's one of the few scenes of the last decade of Survivor that really made me want to think about it afterwards. Like a lot of Survivor to me is nowadays very disposable. Like I kind of think by design it's very much an empty calorie show for me. But that was one of those moments that really stuck with me and made me want to dissect motivations and the different philosophies and all that. Yeah, that was some cool shit.
Yeah,
and
really
he is also just really fucking funny. Like if we have to get like like an absurd strategy scene, the hide and seek idea was
so
was
funny.
yeah,
I think
that was fun.
So funny.
Yeah, and especially they've been filming Survivor on those same fucking beaches forever, and that was maybe the only time where it was kind of fun to see the beach like that because I've been watching, I kind of know how the camps are laid out. So it was kind of a neat exploration from that angle too. Maybe the only time where it was kind of fun being like, oh, I have intense knowledge of these camps, so this is actually a little bit interesting in that sense. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. And of course, just the way he gets information about the people from that is just so like
everything
absurd,
is
but
a
then
mistake.
you're kind of like, huh,
you get found,
okay.
That's a mistake. You get found, big mistake. You're too good at it, big mistake.
Yeah, cancel for Christmas. He makes he makes a good kangaroo reference.
Yay!
Makes a Q skirt.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the kangaroo. It's like a pouch.
A thing I like about Q2 is that he does bring out the best in everybody. There are a lot of characters on that season whose only good content is about Q.
Yeah,
like
Tim Spicer is my number 4 character of the season, and his really only good moment is with Q.
I don't really like Maria at all, obviously, but she would be close to all-time bad for me if not for her content with Q.
That was also great how he denied Liz the Applebee's. Like, I think that's a very overrated scene on Liz's behalf, but I think it's a really good scene on Q's behalf.
I think it's so just good on both parts. It's such a funny scene.
Regarding I forgot what I was gonna say.
I guess you have canceled your thoughts.
I've canceled Chris. I know secret scenes are not something that is like typically considered canon, I guess. But there's a secret scene with Q and Liz where they both talk about, like, they're obviously in, a state of conflict because this is right after the Applebee's thing, but they're trying to come to like some sort of resolution and try and understand each other based on the fact that they both like grew up really poor. And it's like it's a very intense scene. And
Oh.
if it's still on the internet, I would recommend watching it.
Yeah, that sounds pretty interesting. I've never heard of that, so yeah, I'll seek that out.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool. All right, number
Time
6.
for number 6.
Number 6 is our final David vs. Goliath.
Well, Angelina.
Angelina 1.0. Angelina Keeley. Mike's the lowest
Hell
under
yeah.
at 12. Then Mana at 9. Then Funky at 8. Then me at 6. And Lights all the way up at 5.
She's still peak.
She's
Just because I have her that low doesn't mean she isn't just like really awesome.
She's one of they depict the Goliaths in so many different like ways, and Angelina's is like it's in a like a I don't know how to describe it kind of way, but it's very different from any of the other Goliaths, and it's someone else jump in here. Let me catch my thoughts here.
She's
peak.
She's peak, yeah. Fantastic comic relief. That moment where she tries to get the jacket from Natalie just became an instantly iconic moment for a reason. Just I
so transparently too.
Yeah, I've compared her to Chrissy before, and it's fitting that I have them both back to back, essentially because they're both just so very annoying in a transparent way, and yet completely lacking in self awareness about what makes them annoying. And that archetype is, I think, pretty much always going to work for me. Angela's great. I like how the fact that she's back. It's cool that they still kind of remembered her, because I know she was a huge fan favorite after David vs. Goliath. Or a huge fan favorite in some circles, and she was very hated in other circles for pretty much the exact same reasons that she was a fan favorite. But just some of the stuff where it's like the casting alone is great. It's like I think they said I think Angelina was like the first married woman in their 20s that they cast in like who knows how long, and I'm glad because she's just a clear gem of a casting choice, and she's a lot of fun to watch. She brings I have, as I mentioned before, I have a lot of problems with Dave vs. Goliath Endgame, but Angelina does really do her best to pull it up, like in a way that Q honestly does with the cast of 46. Like, yeah. Angelina does her best.
Finale is a nothing burger, but Angelina does her best. I agree.
She tries. She bounced off the cast really well. Pretty much everyone just kind of has these good moments with her. She's a lot of fun. I'm glad we ranked her this high. Number 6 is, I think, a really fitting spot for her. Obviously, because I have her here, but yeah, she's awesome.
Yeah, she's someone that I don't think has like that much depth to her, but like every scene she's in, I have a fun time. And I have a dopey smile on my face.
She's not someone that needs to have like character depth. It's Angelina.
Yeah.
She just every time she shows up, she delivers. She's hilarious. She's awesome.
Yeah. And she's hot. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's super important.
That matters.
That matters. I agree. Television is a visual medium.
As shown by this shot, as shown by this photo that Funky chose of her, where she looks incredibly attractive.
Oh yeah, as always, girl. All right,
number 5.
Top 5. Number 5 time. Top 5, baby. Top 5.
Top 5, baby. From someone with pretty much no depth, someone with a lot of depth. We have Joe Hunter.
Man.
Lights is lowest on him at 13. Then me at 9. Funky and Mana have him here at 5, and then Mike is the highest on him at number 4.
Oh, there's so much going on. That scene of him talking to his sister on the beach. Ooh.
Yeah, I was particularly taken back by that one. I did not expect it to hit me as hard as it did. I think he's easily the most compelling person of the new era. Just the gravitas he speaks with, and of course, he's talking about very sensitive issues and a lot of stuff. But this is a man with passion behind every word he says, and I don't believe that from a lot of other people, but I do from Joe.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we got to talk about his relationship with Eva too. How his relationship with Eva parallels with his relationship with the sister. The fact that they don't talk about his sister until the end of the season too.
Yeah, they don't give it away, and we don't get the episode 1 or 2 montage package.
Exactly,
that
which
so many new era people get.
Yeah, which everyone knew his story about that from. He told everyone on the Matt chat apparently, and
wow.
It's proof that like survivors still got that show don't tell in them.
Yeah, that was a great artistic decision. I think a lot of the Joe stuff they do with him, I very much like. One of the I think great editing decisions is in that Shaheen boot, where they have Kyle and Shaheen talking their normal kind of normal new era-ish answers to Jeff probes, and they show Joe looking so fucking zoned out, and then they kind of muffle and tunnel vision the sound, and to kind of put us in the body of Joe and the mind of Joe at that moment. And I thought that was one of the great artistic decisions Survivors made in the past 15 years. That was that was like something you see in a fucking movie. Like I very much like that. I know some people thought that was weird, but I didn't think it was a cheap trick. I think
That's awesome.
And just like
they executed that really well.
Focusing on him for like 10 seconds in the voting booth.
Yeah. Just you really get into the mind of a character. And like I was saying, I love when Survivor you get to learn about characters and they're put in these hard situations, but they have to maneuver their ethics and their beliefs. And I think it's really interesting seeing how Joe maneuvers throughout the game with his particular belief system.
And we see him burn bridges that he shouldn't burn. We see him, he literally tells David that he's not capable of going back on his word, and then he immediately goes back on his word. And that is the moment he loses the game.
Yeah.
And I'm also a fan of the fact that he says, day one, he says, if it comes down to it, I'm willing to lose to Eva. And Eva beats him.
Yeah. And I didn't think it was for show. Like I think Joe was completely fucking serious. That's amazing. Yeah, tons of aura on this guy.
I wouldn't say I think I might have Joe. I'm really convinced that I didn't see the vision with Joe. 48 was the first season I'd watched in years, and then I've rewatched a lot since then, like of all of New Era. So I think I was kind of just like, I think once I take another look at 48, I'll see the Joe vision. He's just kind of there for now, let's say.
He's really good. He's really awesome. One of the most compelling characters we've had in many years, and great.
I've seen people compare him to Rupert, just with how larger than life heroic he is, but the paranoia just outweighs it.
Oh yeah, those he kind of goes through his own spiral towards the end, and then ultimately ends in him losing. But yeah, it's really interesting the juggle he does all season, and I'm glad that Survivor was willing to let Joe be the main character and give him those shades of complexity, even though like I almost feel like we have to explain ourselves some because Joe is very much disliked in the broader Survivor community in terms of like Twitter and Reddit. Like most people I know that watch Survivor in real life or even on Facebook, he's very popular.
Loved by casuals, not beloved by super fans, and then loved by like nerds like us, like super.
Yeah,
he's like
it's a weird spectrum. Yeah,
I think it's mostly because he's such a likable guy, but for anyone that's like a big strategy fan, the whole honor and integrity alliance of that season where no one made a move was just it's not interesting to discuss in an episode to episode podcast, which is how a lot of these like how you're describing like mid-tier super fans are like
the game theory fans. You know?
That's like what are you going to discuss each episode, because what happened is very straightforward, cut and dry. The person that's on the bottom left. What else are you gonna say?
Yeah, there's people that discuss Survivor.
I don't need unpredictable hype moments and aura farming. I want something
Absolutely.
that
I think there's some level
That's
to
the
like
substance.
not straight like pagonging at this point, like that. It's,
I mean, yeah,
it's
but I
hard
also
to sell that.
I wouldn't call it a pagonging.
No, I don't think 48's quite that either. It's not like, I don't know what's a recent example of that. But.
Yeah. But like if we didn't have those moments of the straightforward votes, like it would make that's what makes the David betrayal sting so much, you know? Like you need some of that to build the character. Like I think there's Survivor fans that watch it through a game theory perspective, and then there's others of us that watch it through like a narrative perspective. And I think narratively Joe is a phenomenal character. And I think that's where he gets lost on. And then of course just a lot of people online think he had on the Twitter things had an ego and only wanted a specific type of person to do well on Survivor. Even though I think he had a kind of an eclectic mix in his alliance. I think more than some people give him credit for.
Yeah, because it's a very surface level take to say that they're all these are just the biggest guys in the season.
Yeah.
Plus Eva.
Like Camilla's there with them.
Camilla was like not really. Not
Camilla's not really part of the alliance. That's why Kyle has a secret alliance with her.
Yeah. Yeah. She's always there voting with them.
But she is.
But yeah, I guess she's not in like the inner circles of it. Yeah. But that's the Joe story, and I'm curious what it'll bring to 50. And season 48 is like the only New Era season I have an urge to rewatch someday. So maybe in a year or two I'll give it a watch.
Oh yeah.
All right, top 4. Let's go to
top 4.
Number 4 is
the Dragon
the
Slayer.
Actual man, the myth, the legend, Coach 1.0. Wow, and wow, the deviation we have here.
Number 1 character of all time because he's peak. That's all.
I agree.
Lights and Mike have him at 1. Mana and I have him at 2, and Funky has him at 19.
Yeah. Should I get it out of the way?
Yeah, you should.
Go for it.
Yeah, for me, Coach, even my initial watch of Coach signals a change in what the aim of Survivor was, where we have these, there's always been bigger than life characters. It just felt like this is the first time we have a character that drives everything, and the whole season feels like it's made to get reactions about this guy, many characters follow in his vein, and I try not to judge him for the rip-offs of him, that we get in these later seasons. Philip is the big one, but you can go through a lot of these other seasons and be like, there's only one. Yeah, Tarzan. I don't think we get Rizzo. We don't get the Riz God without Coach.
I don't agree with that. I think with society existing the way it is, you are bound to get a Riz God.
Yeah, maybe, but
with the fact that Mr. Beast exists in the world, in the way his popularity is, that you're bound to get that.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel like the existence of Rizzo was more so a fundamental issue with society.
Oh no, that's funny. But yeah, the way I think Coach was presented and the way the season was set up, turned it into a show that I didn't think was as interesting, even though there's a lot I like about Coach. Like I've said before with other characters, at least his main thing is, other than laughing at him for, his silliness and his craziness or whatever, at least he brings an ethical discussion to the show and his own direct sense of morals and stuff. And I find that the most interesting thing about Coach.
Like, absolutely. That's like the best part of Coach. Like the whole idea of honoring, like he is the originator, and in like, like of course, like there's the honor, integrity, like kind of things from like pre-All-Stars, but that's kind of died off. It's kind of a rebirth of it that kind of only shows up with Coach for years and years until you get to like Joe.
Yeah, iron sharpens iron.
A big thing with Coach I like that again is just the fact that the show never feels the need to answer of whether this guy is actually just a full-blown, lunatic, or if he's actually led the crazy life that he says he has. And I genuinely love that the show doesn't pick, and that it just lets you think. And again, from what I've heard, is that again, did Coach kayak through the Amazon and get his ass eaten by Native Americans?
I hope so.
Stephen Fishback has said that the Amazon River exists and that Coach has probably ridden in a kayak before.
And Coach has probably gotten his ass ate before, but maybe not by the tribesmen.
He's combining a few different experiences he had into that one.
Maybe he went to the same place that Ryman Bledsoe did.
Yeah.
The Ecuador documentary.
Yeah. I won't get too much more negative on Coach because I want to hear y'all talk about him. But to plug myself and Survivor Rankdown 9, I do have a write-up on Coach that's multiple paragraphs long if anyone wants to check out a deeper exploration into what I consider his flaws and his overall negative effect on Survivor. And I dig in deeper there.
Okay, as someone who has him as number one all time, he is just, I think he's one of the most consistent hit after hit after hit after hit. And there's I don't think there's a single Coach moment I dislike. I love how he finds his JT and like he doesn't even give a shit that that they take Tyson out. Like it's like he still respects JT above all. Like this whole idea of strength is just like, it's just bang after bang, and then of course you get his stories, which are like, I think everyone knows what everyone loves about Coach, so it's hard to like, I'm finding it hard to like trying to say something that is like super nuanced, but like I think he's just hit after hit after hit.
Yeah. That, I mean, obviously his boot episode is just probably just the greatest boot episode a character could have. Like, it is his boot episode is a full odyssey, even beyond the scene on Exile. That challenge
Marcus Aurelius.
God, it's ridiculous. It's awesome.
Yeah, in a vacuum, I do really enjoy that episode, and I think that is my favorite of the season. Yeah, it's just like I've said, just the overall bigger problems of the season kind of fall on when you make the season based on one character and everyone's reactions to him. But that is a phenomenal scene, and as I've said before, I love the sufferers, and Coach brings it on himself to suffer as much as possible, and it is pretty insane.
Fantastic. I do want to push back on, like, yes, it is the coach season, but you get like enough of like Timbira, like there's the Aaron story of being ostracized by Timbira, which is coach driven, yes, to an extent, but it's also Brendan and Sierra driven, and like there's all sorts of other stories. Of course, JT and Steven is established well before coach, but every single one of these stories is augmented by coach's presence.
Yeah.
And so, also, like, who's not getting content? Fucking Joe Dodal, Sydney, like...
Sydney gets enough content. Joe honestly gets content too. Like, like no one in the season is drastically
overhated. Joe's a little overhated.
He's medevac in the 7th episode. Like, I don't think he needs much more.
Yeah. But...
Yeah, Tocantins is like still a top half season for me just because of the way this show has gone ever since. It is just not the kind of season that I would particularly like, even though I do think there are elements that are well executed, and a lot of its supposed strengths I do think are ultimately weaknesses also. So that's where I'm at.
I have it as a top 2 season, like, all time. So
wouldn't go that far, but he is my number 1 of all time. He is just ridiculous. I also love that, like, you don't immediately see him as, the coach we all know. He just starts out as this normal asshole, and everything builds up slowly and slowly with him until that final episode where it's just full blown at that point.
I don't think I'm pretty sure it builds up pretty fast because
it's the Jerry Boot tribal where he talks about, it's like, and I locked eyes with everyone on my tribe and I told them what to do. It's like, oh, okay, no, this guy's nuts.
The evil smile.
We know
the
he's
first episode he calls him.
We know he's nuts. Here's the thing: we know he's nuts immediately, but the thing is, it is a slow build-up just because the level of nuts he hits in the final episode are unfathomable. It's like he goes from, like, episode 1, 2, he's just... No, episode 1, he's an asshole. Episode 2, he fucking licks Candace.
Yeah, that is kind of a crazy moment no one brings up.
Yeah, episode 3, he
lets out a primal yell.
Yeah, but each episode just adds more and more insanity.
The Aaron face.
Yep.
Yeah, the best characters of this season are the people that react to Coach the best, which is that a sign of success, or is that just because you only had the one main central focus character? I don't know. So,
who is this jackass?
He's just from Nebraska. He's an accountant.
Shout out Jackass 5 coming out this summer.
Oh yeah, that was announced.
Is it set in Nebraska?
Yeah. Hopefully shout out to Jalapo, the greatest tribe ever.
Jalapeno.
Yes.
Jalapo underrated.
Who is the top 3?
Number 3,
Steph.
Colby.
Yes.
Shocker.
All right, and number 3 is
this top 4 is not shocking.
Steph. 70 LaGrosso 1.0. All of us very high on her. All of us are really high on all of these last few characters. Mike has her lowest at 10. Then me and Lights at 4.
He's still
Mana at 3 and Funky at 2. So
yeah, the Oolong story is so great.
She's awesome. Gosh, so sick.
She is on a starting tribe with James Miller.
She jumps off the freaking canoe because she thinks she can beat it in a race.
Yeah, a 20-person paddling canoe, too. What an amazing just introduction.
Jump off it.
I'll jump if you jump. And then
Jonathan
they get
is
to
so good at Survivor.
yeah, they get to the camp like 20 minutes after everyone else. It's pretty funny.
Stephanie, I don't think Stephanie, despite doing pretty well on 2 seasons, I don't think is that good of a player.
No,
she's
I think she's really bad.
She's terrible.
Oolong is just maybe the worst tribe in Survivor history. Like
Yeah,
even like forget that they lost every immunity challenge. Look at the strategy behind their votes.
The
And
ties
like
are
what
insane.
the fuck?
James Miller makes it the 4th longest out of that whole tribe. Holy shit.
And like no shit, he might be the best player on that tribe. Like this tribe is just so fucking dumb. They they have like one unanimous vote all season.
I could argue that Angie's the best player, and she just gets voted out for just being different. Partially,
Yeah, she gets voted out of the weird Ibrahim immunity.
Yeah, because
thing too.
Karor saves Ibrahim.
Oh man, Allah saves Ibrahim. Actually, you ask James.
By the grace of Allah.
That's the most insane confessional ever.
Yeah. Steph. So yeah, we're almost but here. Steph 1.0 is obviously pretty iconic. The lone survivor of Oolong, which is, as like I said, just the worst tribe ever. They lose every single immunity challenge to the point that Steph becomes a tribe of one. And she beats Bobby John in like a fire making challenge because they're the only 2 people of Oolong left, and then she stays on Oolong Beach alone because she's the last remaining Oolong. She's essentially the sole survivor of tribe at the final 10 of the
She's
season.
the only person to have ever been in that situation.
On a tribe of
she
one.
is. It's entirely unique situation, and Steph is this beautifully rootable figure throughout. You know, we've kind of talked about how annoying she is on Guatemala and Heroes vs. Villains, but on Palau, you see some of those warts, but like she's just this awesomely compelling hero.
Yeah,
she's this hero of Oolong that makes it. And then she, even the post merge, you know, Janu essentially quits to save her. Like she's this embodiment of grit and tenacity and badassery that's just really incredibly rootable. Palau is my all-time favorite season. The Oolong parts is not the reason why it's my favorite season, but I mean, Steph is just she's really great.
I mean, the reason why Palau is like potentially the best season of all time is because of the end game, which Stephanie is not in. But that's not something I'm gonna talk.
You only get the end game because Karor got to bond deeper than any tribe ever because they never had to fucking vote anyone out.
Yeah, and like Stephanie still like somewhat believes that she's in with Tom and Katie and Ian, even though they haven't seen each other in like they haven't interacted in days, and then like ultimately she doesn't last. But like, I also love the Bobby John caveman scene, and Steph is like living on. Steph is literally living in alone on an island with this like guy that's lost it.
Yeah, that's great.
So she's really been alone on Oolong for like 4 days.
Yeah. Also, another like underrated element to Stephanie and Palau that I think made her particularly rootable is so many of those challenges were set up like a 1v1s and like best of 5 wins or something like that.
Yeah.
And Stephanie, for her part, wins damn near every 1v1 she's in. So she always pulls her weight. It's the people around her that fuck it up and don't win. So it makes it even more compelling to see someone that looks like they're doing everything right and still failing.
Yeah, she just beats up on Jen over and over again, really.
And again, because Oolong on paper
should win these physical challenges. They should win sumo at sea. Like what the fuck? How does Bobby John lose against anyone at sumo and sea? We saw that guy like tear a tree from its fucking roots, and he loses at sumo at sea.
Yeah. She's really cool.
Yeah, and I also love the scenes where she rejoins Karor and Kobe tries to snooze her over and start all these like, oh, Jen, is very intimidated by you because, you always whoop her ass in these challenges. And, we see and how that all fits. And yeah, it's great. I think Stephanie has a great ending and time on Karor, even though like, most people remember her for the Oolong stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I love her
I
role
would
in
like-
the Janu Koi tribal. I think she's fantastic there.
Yeah.
All I don't know is if she's all working out at the gym and all,
Let's hope. All right.
Uh,
You ready for number 2?
All right, so
All right,
top 2
so
are
Colby and
Colby 1
Suri.
and Suri 1. Who's gonna be number
Ooh.
1?
I'm going to guess Suri wins this.
I'm also gonna guess that Suri wins this.
Yeah, it's gonna be Colby.
All right, now our number 2 is in fact not Colby. Number 2 is Suri.
With an average of
wow,
2.8.
This is surprising to me. So, rankings here: Funky and Mana at 4, Mike at 3.
She is amazing
Lights
because
at 2,
she is Suri. That's
me
all.
at 1.
Do I gotta say much else?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go here. So yeah, Suri's my number 1. Suri's my number 1 here. She's my number 2 of all time. Suri is just pretty much anything you could possibly want in a Survivor character. First of all, just dynamite on camera. The reason that she's making her 5th appearance on Survivor on 50 and also a bunch of other appearances on reality TV. She's an incredibly compelling speaker. Really, really damn good at talking to a camera. Just kind of her energy.
Been my cue.
The general way she talks to the camera is compelling. She just has this unique energy when she speaks, that is just really fun to watch. And on Panama specifically, she has just an all-time great growth arc. She starts off literally being scared of leaves. And then by the end, she's the one catching a fish. She's the one making the fire. She like has this huge, fantastic growth arc of just being the woman who got off the couch and then just kind of proves herself to be a badass throughout through the season. Great relationships with everyone. Kasaya, her and Aris, I love their dynamic. Her and Shane is incredibly funny. Her and Danielle is a really cute kind of little thing. Her and Terry, love the dynamic between her and Terry. Just she really elevates the entire cast.
I don't slap my kids.
She's great as like in the straight man role for Kasaya.
She's really, really damn good narrator. Incredibly good narrator for like the chaos of Kasaya, and
her role in the tribe. Her role both in the tribe and as herself, it all culminates masterfully in 3-2-1.
And she's also like the best player to never win and just straight up one of the best players ever. Yeah, that helps too. If you care about that, she's also really damn good.
She's great at these kinds of games. Yeah. One of the all-time just greats. I love her laugh. There's so many the vocal ticks of her. Like one of my favorites is when Shane wants to quit and she has that one confessional. She's like, "We'll let him quit," or whatever. She, just the way her voice cracks when she says "quit," and I could rehear it in my head like right now. She's just so instantly recognizable. One of the great laughs, the great smirks, and I love some of the scuffles and fights she gets in. I love the fight with Terry she has about the the damn torch being left in the middle of the walkway, I guess, quote unquote walkway. Sari can scrap. I love her for it.
A big Sari scene I love is with Shane, where she has to settle his issue with his penis.
Yeah, it's so funny too because that was the group that lost the reward. The winning group got to watch their videos from home. We don't even fucking see those. They show us Sari looking at Shane's penis instead of the videos from home. Like, do you know how good of a character you gotta be to to win out over videos from home?
Sari's only ever been on 4 in the rewards. It's crazy.
Yeah. what all-time great, tons of fun, just really one of those characters that has damn near a little bit of something for everyone.
I was gonna
So.
say, I don't know how you like. If you're a fan of the show, I don't think there's any. I don't know how you could dislike Suri one. Just something for everyone. Actually, just a lot for everyone. Just
I think, like,
she's really good in all of her roles. She's
I
awesome.
don't think. I think if you're trying to pick like one person that everyone likes, it's her.
Yeah, she's the best bet. She's the safest bet. You know, I might be a little bit like over her because I've seen her so much on all these different shows, but like, you know, she is such a safe bet to have back and to be a good character on anything she's in. So
Like, even when we were disliking her, that was not her fault. That was never her fault.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, when we were talking at the beginning of the podcast, all that stuff about game changers, it's like, you know, well, she had to deal with the circumstances around her and they weren't good circumstances. So we got subpar content and some of the editorial choices kind of sucked. So she wasn't, you know, to her potential. But Suri in Panama is full blast at her potential and one of the all-time greats.
So great for a reason. But not as great as our number one, who, as we've already said, is Colby Donaldson 1.0, runner-up of Survivor of the Australian Outback. Rankings here, Mike's the lowest on him. Has him all the way down at number 5.
God, I feel guilty having him that low. He's so good. He's so.
I'm shocked. Like,
good.
We've done so many like random little games where it's like Suri wins like almost.
Yeah,
like,
I'm really shocked, and
Colby,
I'm shocked that I was the only one who had her.
I don't know how
it
many
was only
times
by
Colby has
0.2.
won.
Yeah, that's why
I don't think
like,
Colby wins these things like at all.
Yeah, I'm glad that Colby won, even though I have him at 3. Lights and I have him at 3. Funky and Mana have him at number 1. Yeah, I just finished Australia rewatch like a few days ago, and Colby's we talked about Colby's like natural speaking ability already, but like on Australia, it's in full force. He's just a really compelling, really just cool person to listen to talk to. Funky, I'm sure you'll talk more about this. About you mentioned about before about how Colby's like survivors all the time, great talkers, and yeah, he's really good at talking to a camera. That's really important because he's just really good narrator. Really good driving force behind Australia just throughout the entire season. Tina is awesome, but she's purposely quiet. She both by her own design, also by production design.
The dog who didn't bark.
Yeah, the dog didn't bark. Jerry is out at final 8. Like Colby is the main force of personality throughout the last like few episodes of Australia, and he does a really good job of it. He does a great job presenting the moral dilemmas of it all, just how hard it is to survive in the outback. But he's not just all serious. He has some funny moments too. I mean, this laugh, Funky put this picture. I think this is of him like saying he ain't no Hershey bar.
Yes, it is.
Just that smile, just that grin. He's fun. Like he's just great. Like just pure, like great at talking to a camera. Very compelling. And yeah, I'm glad. Like I said, even though I don't have him at number 1, I'm glad he won something here. He's awesome. I love Colby, and seeing him on the 50 stuff, like seeing him, like I'm getting giddy. Just seeing it's like, oh my gosh, we're getting Colby again.
There's a reason why he was the first face they showed in that season 50 trailer. They had everyone from the back, but then the camera zooms, circles around to Colby's face. It was like, oh yeah, they knew what they were doing. And 49,000 applicants for the second Survivor, the most popular any reality television show has ever been. And they had to cast their for lack of a better word, golden boy. But I don't think those terms were necessarily a thing in reality television at the time. So Colby he becomes the archetype. He isn't based on an archetype. He becomes the archetype. But I think it was so important that you had a character that America fell in love with this way, especially because the first season didn't really have a young male character that was a huge fan favorite. Like, Jervis was popular, but he wasn't popular in, the ways that Colby could be popular. Jervis was in like his 30s. Colby was in his mid 20s.
I think the closest thing you could say would be Greg.
Yeah, and Greg's kind of a fucking freak. And I think they might have thought Joel was going to be more successful than he was on Survivor, but Joel gets out at 11th and gets the chauvinist label and kind of deal. So I think Colby was maybe the most important casting choice in all of Survivor, and I
Post
think we
Borneo.
just post Borneo, but
No, he's the
To-
most important in reaction to Borneo because you
Yes.
like.
Yes.
I love that.
He's
Just
Colby.
phenomenal. Like I love he's one of Survivor's great pontificators. I love those last few episodes of Outback, especially that finale. And just hearing Colby's philosophies on the game and life and how it all comes together, and the white hat versus the black hat, in order to play this game and live this life, you got to wear both, but you hope by the end of the day you can wear the white one more. And it's just so touching. And of course the decision that was water cooler talk that shocked America, Colby taking Tina to the very end, taking the what he self-admittedly thought was he didn't even know if he had a 50-50 shot against her. But he takes that risk and barely loses. And I think that's just one of the most beautiful things on Survivor, is that kind of intense loyalty. Do you take the easy layup? Do you take the 7-0 and not feel good about it? Or do you take the harder one and hope you still win, but at least you feel good about it? So yeah, I adore Colby. We barely even talked about any of the stuff with Jerry and that that whole angle and their whole flirting and the mutual attraction, and then Colby slowly starting to despise Jerry. She's slowly starting to despise the older hot woman that wants to fuck him, that he'd rather hang out with annoying ass Chef Keith. Rather catch grasshoppers with fucking Keith than hang out with Jerry.
Yeah.
Hearing her moan about chocolate.
That's
Jerry sounds unpleasant to live with at this point in life.
Yeah, like it's probably really fun in the beginning. I think Colby is like I love the progression, because I do think it probably was very fun living with Jerry and just flirting a lot with her at the beginning, but then just slowly as it develops, it's just like, oh my god.
And then they got the damn reef together, the Great Barrier Reef.
And she's so into it, and he is not.
He's like, how about we just not play the game today? And Jerry's described it as like the honeymoon without the sex, and Colby's trying to do anything but talk to Jerry.
It's funny because Colby like says like, oh yeah, Jerry says like the honeymoon without the sex. And it's like, so Jerry said that to him, and Colby's like, no. They go like, I love that Jerry says it. Chloe says twice. She says it in the confessional, and then Chloe says it to him because he references it, and then he's just like, no.
Yeah. Man. And then Colby's mom is one of my other favorite. It might be my favorite family visit scene. Cerie's husband HB, we didn't even mention, is another favorite of mine, and how she makes him do all the work around camp. That's great stuff.
HB feels awesome.
Yeah, shout out to HB. But yeah, Colby's mom visiting is another huge favorite of mine, as especially how it kind of reflects his relationship with Tina and colors that a little bit deeper. But Colby's mom has some really great reflections on the game as well, and talking about how hard it was seeing how skinny he was, but how it was even harder knowing that he is so emotionally alone, out here, and just like there's a look in Colby's eyes that she cannot shake, and that's some deep shit. And I know people like laughing at Colby calling it a conjugal visit.
It's very funny
it is very funny, but like the ethos of it makes complete sense, where he's like, yeah, finally someone I can not I can be my complete self with, this person isn't trying to backstab me. This person isn't trying to play me. I can, relax a little bit.
So for the record, Colby recently did that interview. I think it was also with Dylan Ross about the whole evolution of the car curse or the history of the car curse. And Dylan asked him, it talks about the whole conjugal visit thing. And he said that he didn't actually know what a conjugal visit was. He just thought it was a thing where it's like, oh yeah, your loved one visits you in prison. He didn't realize it the ramifications of it. He had no idea. He had no idea what it meant. So it's like, yeah, I was a 25-year-old from West Texas, didn't have a passport. I just didn't have the best vocabulary. So that's why I said conjugal visit. He had no idea what it actually was.
That's awesome. Funny. I didn't know that.
Yeah. He gave some context. And he's like, yeah, I know enough people gave me crap about it in 2001 that I will never say those words again.
So great. But yeah, I love the winner we have here. He won by 0.2, by the way, for y'all people listening audio. Colby got 2.6, Sari got 2.8.
Which would mean the difference of one ranking, right? Because each of us is 0.5 is 0.2. Wow. So difference of one ranking.
Yeah, so that was as close as we can get, honestly. So
yeah. I love it. I'm really glad Colby won.
I'm surprised there are no ties. I guess with 39 people, a tie is kind of hard.
There were multiple ties. I just did standard deviation, and I didn't make a big deal out of it.
Yeah, no one called it out, so I wasn't paying that much attention.
Yeah, so I wasn't looking at that.
Yeah, there was 2 or 3. I was like, should I put it on the slide? But I'm like, that's just clutter. We don't need to get deep in the weeds on that. But yeah. If we're done talking about Colby, we can get to this last slide and wrap it up.
Oh no! Why are you making me like Clay Jordan? Why would you do this?
Hell yeah, man!
Yeah, Clay Jordan, the official mascot of Survivor, the 9th Rankdown. He is out there.
For audio only listeners, there's a picture which I've never seen before, which I will hopefully not see in my dreams tonight. I'm sure I'll make a few appearances there for all the worst reasons. Of Heidi of Clay Jordan, Survivor Thailand runner-up Clay Jordan, holding up the Survivor Rankdown 9 logo, and he is next to Jenna Maraska and Heidi Strobel. I'm guessing this is right after Amazon, or probably while Amazon.
That's Clarence in the background.
I was gonna say I didn't want to say it, but it looks like Clarence in the background.
Yes. Do y'all know what he's actually holding there without the Photoshop edit of the Survivor Rankdown logo?
Yes, I do.
I assumed he was holding up. I assumed that he was actually holding up the Rankdown 9 logo.
Oh, of
peanut
course.
Butter?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, peanut butter. he's holding up that beautifully. No, he's holding up that beautifully airbrushed Jenna and Heidi Playboy magazine. As you can see by the insane look on this guy's face. It's one of the greatest photos ever. There's an uncensored version out there for whoever wants to find that on the internet is welcome to do that on their own.
I will respectfully pass.
And we also have the beautiful photo of Jenna Lewis starfished out on the beach.
Very great
anticipation for season 50.
Hell yeah, Jenna Lewis.
Yeah, those a big reason I wanted to get this done is because we had so much Survivor 50 content released to us in these last couple days, and I very much adore these photos. I think they did a really good job.
Photos. Very good photos here.
Yeah, I'm not that excited for the actual season in a sense, but they're getting me as excited as more excited than I thought I'd be. They've done a good job.
I'm definitely feeling some hype.
Yeah, I'm buying into it more than I thought I would. I love these photos, and I love anyone who made it all the way to the end of this podcast. And I love all the people that are joined with me here today. Thank y'all for talking our shit.
It has been a great 5 hours.
Great 5 hours. Much love. This has been fun.
Yeah.
You guys
always have a good time cutting it up.
If you guys somehow made it to the end of this podcast, please
tell us your favorite iteration.
No, we need to do a
honeymoon without the sex.
Yes, if you made it to the end of this podcast, please comment honeymoon without the sex.
What's your favorite Colby line from the Australian Outback? There are about 1,000 of them, and they're all pretty awesome.
Okay. Can't fish a rubber ducky out of a bathtub. Yeah, please join the Discord. We are always there, having a fun time. We, talk our shit. We're on voice chats a lot, and we talk anything Survivor. We love hearing all different kinds of opinions, and yeah. Have a great night, y'all. Peace and love.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Peace out.
Peace out.